Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The first thing Lila noticed about the chair was its stillness. It was an old thing, a high-backed wing chair upholstered in a tapestry of faded hunting scenes, threadbare in patches where countless shoulders had rested. It sat in the corner of the nursery, angled not toward the small, hard beds of the children, but toward the room's single, large window, as if its sole purpose was to contemplate the slow, gray crawl of the clouds over the moors. There was nothing inherently sinister about it. It was just a chair. And yet, from the moment she crossed the threshold of Blackwater House, her gaze was drawn to it, held by a quality of waiting that seemed woven into its very fibers. It was not empty, not in the way a simple absence of a person makes a space vacant. It was occupied by a patient and profound silence. Darlene, the housekeeper, had shown her up. She was a woman whose face seemed to have been shaped by a lifetime of biting back words, her mouth a tight, lipless line. "The children are out walking," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "Mr. Croft is in the city. He is not often here. You will have the run of the place, more or less." She had gestured to the nursery, a large, airy room that should have been cheerful, but felt instead like a sealed box. "This is your domain, Miss Lila. The children are quiet. You should find your duties light." Lila had nodded, placing her single, worn suitcase by the door. She was a young woman, with a face that had not yet learned to hide its feelings, and the journey from the bustling, smoky world of the city to this vast, wind-scoured emptiness had left her feeling peeled raw, transparent. The silence of the house was not a mere lack of noise. It was a substance, thick and heavy, and the chair in the corner was its focal point. The days began to unspool, one after the other, indistinguishable as beads on a string. The children, Arthur and Constance, were indeed quiet. Too quiet. They were beautiful, with hair the color of winter wheat and wide, pale eyes that held no childish gleam. They obeyed her every instruction with a placid, unnerving swiftness, their movements precise and economical. They spoke only when spoken to, and their answers were always correct, always polite. Yet they revealed nothing of the inner workings of their minds. They were like exquisite little automata, wound up each morning to perform the rituals of childhood. Lila's life became a study in muted tones. The great house was a labyrinth of dusty rooms and long, shadowy corridors, all of it smelling of beeswax, old paper, and the damp stone that never quite dried out, even in the height of summer. She would take the children for walks on the moors, where the wind was a constant, mournful presence, whipping the purple heather into silver-backed waves. They never ran, never laughed. They simply walked, their small hands cool and passive in hers, their eyes scanning the horizon as if looking for a specific landmark that never appeared. And always, when they returned, there was the chair. She began to feel its presence even when her back was turned. It was a sensation akin to being watched, but not by eyes. It was a pressure, an expectation. Sometimes, in the deep silence of the afternoon, while the children sat reading books with a concentration that bordered on the fanatical, Lila would find herself staring at it. She began to notice details, the way the faded tapestry, upon closer inspection, depicted not just hounds and hunters, but scenes of subtle violence, a fox cornered, a stag at bay, its eyes wide with a terror that seemed to bleed through the centuries of wear. She noticed a slight indentation in the seat cushion, a hollow that perfectly suggested the form of a person, as if someone had just risen a moment before she entered the room. One evening, reading by the weak light of a paraffin lamp after the children were abed, she heard it. A soft, dry creak, not the groan of an old house settling, which was a common enough sound at Blackwater, but a specific, articulate sound of strain. The sound of weight being applied to old springs and tired wood. She looked up, her heart a frantic bird in her chest. The chair was empty. The room was still. She told herself it was the wind, a trick of the acoustics in the vast, sleeping house. But the conviction would not hold. The sound had come from the chair. She was sure of it. This was the first omen, a tiny crack in the smooth surface of her new reality. Others followed, subtle as a shift in the light. She started seeing things from the corner of her eye, a flicker of movement in a long mirror, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper shadows of the hall. They were never clear, these impressions. They were smudges on the air, suggestions of a tall, gaunt shape, or more disturbingly, the quick, flitting form of a woman in dark, old-fashioned clothes. She would turn her head, and there would be nothing, only the persistent, watchful silence. She tried to mention it to Darlene once, over a cup of tea in the cavernous kitchen. This house, Lila began, her voice hesitant. It feels so full. Have you ever seen anything? Darlene S. hands, gnarled and red from work, stilled around her mug. She did not look at Lila, but at the dark square of the kitchen window, which reflected the lamplight and their two pale faces. This is an old place, miss. Old places have memories in the stones. It's best not to go poking at them. They don't like to be disturbed. She took a slow sip of her tea. The children are well. Yes, they ray very well behaved. They are, Darlene said, and there was something in her tone, a faint note of warning or perhaps pity, that made Lila S.'s skin go cold. They know the house. They know its moods. You would do well to learn from them. The encounter left Lila more unsettled than before. It was not a denial, but a confirmation of a kind, a warning to leave well enough alone. But she couldn't the unease was accumulating inside her, a slow, cold drip of dread that was beginning to pool in the hollows of her being. Her protectiveness toward Arthur and Constance intensified. They were so small, so vulnerable, living in this mausoleum with its whispering walls and its spectral inhabitants. She became convinced that the presences, whatever they were interested in the children. She would sometimes find them standing together at a window, not speaking, just staring out at the moors with with an expression of ancient, weary knowledge. When she called their names, they would turn in unison, their faces smoothing back into the bland masks of childhood. But for a fleeting second, she saw something else in their eyes, a chilling familiarity with the dark. The revelation came on a day of relentless, pouring rain. The wind howled around the house like a banshee, and the world outside was a blur of gray water and green-black foliage. Confined to the nursery, the children were unusually restless. They had abandoned their books and were engaged in a silent, intricate game with a set of wooden soldiers, moving them about the floor in patterns that seemed to Lila less like a battle and more like a ritual. Lila was trying to mend a tear in her only good dress, but her attention was fractured. The storm, the children's strange game, and the oppressive presence of the chair, which seemed to drink the dim light of the room, had her nerves stretched taut. She pricked her finger with the needle, a bright bead of blood welling up. As she lifted her hand to her mouth, she glanced at the chair, and she was not alone. A woman sat there. She was not solid, not quite. She was like a shape seen through flawed glass, wavering and insubstantial. She was dressed in a black, old-fashioned gown, her hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her face was gaunt, etched with lines of bitterness and a profound, desolate sorrow. But it was her eyes that held Lila frozen. They were dark pits, and they were not looking at Lila. They were fixed on the children with a terrible, hungry intensity. Lila's breath caught in her throat. A soundless scream built up inside her chest. She wanted to look away, to break the spell, but she was paralyzed. The figure did not move. It simply sat, a monument to grief and malice, its spectral hands resting on the arms of the very real chair. Then Constance, without looking up from her wooden soldiers, spoke in a clear, calm voice that was entirely unlike her own. Miss Pynchon, docen tea like the rain. It reminds her of the day she fell. The words hung in the air, senseless and horrifying. Arthur nodded, his small face serious. She prefers the quiet days, when the sun is on the moors. Lila wrenched her gaze from the chair. The apparition was gone. The chair was empty. But the children were still looking at their game, as if they had merely commented on the weather. The horror that washed over Lila was not the sharp, clean fear of a monster leaping from the shadows. It was a slow, creeping realization, cold and suffocating as a grave embrace. The children could see it too. They knew its name. They were not afraid of it. They were its companions. Her grip on reality, already tenuous, began to slip its moorings entirely. The next week was a blur of sleepless nights and feverish days. Every shadow pulsed with latent life. Every whisper of the wind became a murmured conversation. She watched the children constantly, her love for them now twisted into a frantic, possessive terror. She was their protector, their guardian against the unseen. She had to save them, even if they did not want to be saved. She began to question them, gently at first, then with a desperate urgency. "Who is Miss Pynchon?" she asked one afternoon. Constance looked up from her drawing. She was before. Before what? for you," Arthur said simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Is she the lady in black?" The children exchanged a glance. A quick, silent communication that excluded Lila completely. "There are lots of ladies," Constance said, "and gentlemen. They ray lonely. They like it when we play with them." The climax approached not with a bang, but with a terrible, gathering quiet. The storm inside Lila mirrored the one that had finally broken over the moors. The rain had stopped, leaving the world washed clean and glittering under a pale, sickly moon. The house was preternaturally still. Lila had put the children to bed, tucking them in with trembling hands. They had looked at her with their clear, pale eyes, and for a moment she thought she saw a flicker of something concern, or perhaps pity in their depths. She could not stay in her own room. The silence there was a physical weight on her chest. She paced the halls, a candle throwing her monstrous, leaping shadow on the walls. She was drawn, inevitably, to the nursery. She had to see the chair. She had to face it, to prove to herself that it was just wood and cloth, that the phantoms were in her own tired mind. She pushed the door open. The room was bathed in moonlight, silver and cold. The children were asleep, their breathing soft and even. And the chair was not empty. The woman in black was there, more solid than before. She was not alone. Beside her stood a tall, gaunt man in a dark coat, his face a blur of shadow. And around them, other shapes coalesced from the gloom pale, shimmering forms that filled the room with a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. They were a silent, watching congregation. Lila stood in the doorway, her candle guttering out, forgotten. She wanted to scream, to rush forward, to throw herself between the spectral horde and the sleeping children. But she could not move. The air was thick as water, resisting her. Then the woman in black, Miss Pynchon, turned her head. Those dark, pit-like eyes shifted from the children and settled on Lila. And she smiled. It was not a smile of welcome or kindness. It was a smile of terrible, ancient recognition, the smile of a homeowner acknowledging a guest who has overstayed their welcome. A wave of pure, cosmic dread broke over Lila. This was not a haunting. It was an inheritance. The children were not victims, they were heirs. They were the cherished ones, the chosen companions of these silent residents of Blackwater House. She, Lila, was the intruder, the outsider, the temporary custodian whose time was now at an end. She did not see the children sit up in their beds. She did not hear the soft rustle of their sheets, but she felt their gaze join the gaze of the phantoms. All the eyes in the room were upon her, a silent, unanimous verdict. She backed away, step by slow step, out of the room, down the hall. The pressure followed her, pushing her out, expelling her. She stumbled down the grand staircase, through the main hall, and out the heavy front door into the wet, moonlit night. The cold air hit her like a physical blow. She did not stop. She ran barefoot across the gravel drive and onto the soft, wet grass, not looking back, driven by a primal need to escape that silent, final judgment. Weeks later, a man named Damien J. Croft arrived at Blackwater House. He had received a confused, frantic letter from a Mrs. Darling Higgins, stating that the new governess had disappeared in the night, leaving all her belongings behind. He was a busy man, and the journey was an inconvenience. Darlene met him at the door, her face as impassive as ever. "The children are well, sir," she said. "And this governess, did she say anything? Give any indication?" "She was a nervous sort, sir. The house, it can be too much for some." Damien J. sighed, running a hand through his hair. He glanced into the nursery. The children, Arthur and Constance, were sitting quietly. Arthur was reading a book. Constance was arranging a vase of wildflowers on the small table. Their movements were serene, untroubled. His eyes swept the room and landed on the old wing chair in the corner. For a fleeting second, a trick of the light perhaps, it seemed to him that the worn tapestry on the chair's back depicted a new figure, a woman in a modern dress, her face a mask of silent terror, fleeing into a background of swirling mist. He blinked, and it was gone. Just the familiar hounds and the cornered stag. "See about finding another one, darling," he said, his voice tired. "Though God knows who do you want to stay out here." He turned and left, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the great, silent house. In the nursery, Constance placed the last flower in the vase. Arthur turned a page of his book. The air in the room was perfectly still, perfectly calm. The chair sat in its corner, waiting, its patient silence now complete, its audience assembled. Everything was as it had always been. As it always would be, the new governess arrived on a Tuesday. Her name was Miss Eleanor Vance, and she was a woman of sturdy build and sensible shoes. Her hair pulled into a knot so severe, it seemed to stretch the skin at her temples. She had excellent references from a family in the Lake District, and she spoke of fresh air and discipline as the twin pillars of a proper upbringing. Darlene showed her to the nursery with the same dry rustle of words, the same gesture that encompassed the room and its contents. Lila was not mentioned. It was as if she had never been. Eleanor Vance surveyed her domain with a critical eye. She noted the clean floors, the neatly made beds, the well-stocked bookshelf. Her gaze, practical and unromantic, passed over the wing chair without a flicker of interest. It was just a piece of old furniture, an object to be dusted around. Arthur and Constance watched her from the center of the room, their hands clasped neatly in front of them. They were the picture of docile childhood. Eleanor nodded, a curt, satisfied gesture. "We shall have a routine," she announced. Routine is the foundation of character. The children said nothing. Their pale eyes were calm, absorbing her. The first days passed with an unnerving smoothness. Miss Vance was efficient, firm, and entirely preoccupied with the business of molding young minds. She implemented lessons in grammar and arithmetic at the large table by the window. She took them on brisk walks across the moors, pointing out geological features and the Latin names for plants. children obeyed her every directive with a silent, fluid precision that she took for respect. She did not notice the way they sometimes paused in their writing, their heads tilting as if listening to a distant sound. She did not see the occasional, almost imperceptible smile that passed between them when a floorboard creaked in the empty hall. The thick silence of the house, which had so oppressed Lila, was to Miss Vance a mark of good order. The absence of noise was the absence of mischief. It was during a history lesson that the first crack appeared. Miss Vance was lecturing on the Roman conquest of Britain, her pointer tapping a map of Hadrian's Wall. The afternoon sun was weak, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. The wing chair sat in its corner, a pool of deeper shadow gathering within its embrace. The Romans brought civilization, Miss Vance stated. Law and roads and architecture. Constance looked up from her slate. They brought ghosts too, she said, her voice clear and matter-of-fact. Soldiers who are lost. They walk the old roads at night. They're very loud. Miss Vance's pointer froze. She frowned. That is superstitious nonsense, Constance. The Romans are dead and gone. We study their achievements, not their echoes. Arthur looked at his sister, then back at the governess. Miss Pynchon says the past is never gone. She says it just gets quieter, and you have to learn how to listen. The name hung in the air. Miss Vance had not heard it before. It was not in the household records Darling had provided. A flicker of irritation crossed her face. And who, pray tell, is Miss Pynchon? The children looked at each other. It was the same silent communication Lila had witnessed, a language of glances that required no words. She was here before, Arthur said simply. I see, said Miss Vance, her mouth tightening. An old servant, no doubt, filling your heads with foolish stories. Well, that will stop. We deal in facts in the schoolroom. She wrapped the map again. Now, the primary export of Roman Britain was. The lesson continued, but a seed had been planted. Miss Vance began to notice things. Small things. The way a door she had firmly closed would be found slightly ajar. The way a book would be misplaced, only to reappear in a different room. She attributed it to the children, a subtle form of defiance that she was determined to correct. She increased their lessons, filling every moment with purposeful activity. The quiet of the house began to feel less like order and more like a held breath. One evening, working late on lesson plans, she heard it. A distinct, rhythmic sound. Tap, tap, tap. It was not the wind. It was too deliberate, like a fingernail tapping on glass. It seemed to be coming from the nursery. She rose, her candle held high, and walked down the cold corridor. She pushed the door open. The room was moonlit and still. The children were asleep. The tapping had stopped. Her eyes scanned the room and fell upon the wing chair. For a moment, in the play of shadow and light, the faded tapestry seemed to shift. The stag at bay was gone, replaced by the figure of a woman in a severe bun, her hand raised as if in a gesture of summons. Miss Vance blinked, and the hunting scene was restored. She dismissed it as fatigue, a trick of the eyes. But the next day, during a silent reading period, she saw Constance look not at her book, but at the empty chair. And the child's lips moved, forming silent words, as if in conversation. A cold prickle, the first she had allowed herself to feel, traced a path down Miss Vance's spine. She confronted Darling in the kitchen, her voice sharper than she intended. "The children speak of a Miss Pynchon. Who is she?" Darling did not look up from the potatoes she was peeling. The knife moved in a steady, practiced rhythm. "She was a governess, miss, a long time ago. What happened to her?" The peeling stopped for a heartbeat. She left. The knife resumed its work. They often do. The answer was unsatisfactory. A stone wall. Miss Vance retreated, her practicality now armed with a thin, sharp blade of fear. She watched the children more closely. Their perfect obedience now seemed like a performance, a play they were acting for her benefit. Their calmness felt like a mask. She started locking her bedroom door at night. The end came on a windless, silent evening. Miss Vance was in the nursery, correcting slates. The children were already in their nightclothes, sitting on the rug. The only sound was the scratch of her pen. Then Arthur spoke, his voice cutting through the quiet. "She's here." Miss Vance looked up. "Who is here, Arthur?" "There is no one here but us." Constance shook her head, a slow, deliberate movement. "Not for us, for you." The air in the room grew cold. The candle flame on the desk wavered, then sank, casting the room into a dim, murky twilight. Miss Vance felt a pressure build in her ears, as if she were descending deep underwater. She turned her head, following the children's gaze. The wing chair was no longer empty. A figure sat there, a man this time, tall and gaunt, dressed in the dark clothes of a previous century. His face was pale and elongated, his eyes deep sockets of shadow. He was looking directly at Miss Vance. She tried to stand to cry out, but her limbs were leaden. The cold seeped into her bones. She could only watch as other shapes began to materialize from the corners of the room, a silent, gathering crowd. She saw the woman in black, Miss Pynchon, standing beside the chair, her bitter eyes fixed on the new governess. And she saw others, men and women, their faces blurred by time, but their presence overwhelmingly real. They did not move toward her. They simply watched. Their collective gaze was a weight, pressing down on her, smothering her will. It was a judgment, an expulsion. She was the foreign element, the disruption to their eternal, silent household. The children rose from the rug. They walked to the window and stood looking out at the dark moors, their backs to the room, as if granting her a moment of privacy for her dismissal. Miss Vance found her voice, but it was a strangled whisper. "What do you want?" The gaunt man in the chair smiled, a thin, cruel stretching of lips. No sound came out, but the words formed in her mind, cold and clear as ice. "We want you to leave." The pressure became unbearable. she stumbled to her feet, knocking over her chair. She did not look back. She fled the room, down the stairs, and out the front door into the chilling night. She ran, just as Lila had, toward the distant lights of the village. The sensible shoes and the sturdy constitution no match for the ancient truth of Blackwater House. In the nursery, Arthur turned from the window. The room was warm again, the candle burning steadily. The chair was empty. He looked at his sister. She was louder than the last one, he said. Constance nodded. They usually are at the end. She walked over to the chair and gently smoothed a crease in the tapestry, her small hand resting for a moment on the faded image of the cornered stag. Then she turned and took her brother's hand, and together they waited for the house to settle back into its familiar, comfortable silence. The silence that settled after Miss Vance S.'s departure was deeper and more profound than before. It was a satisfied silence. Darlene, the next morning, cleared away the unfinished lesson plans and the slates with their half-completed sums. She made no comment, asked no questions. When Damien J. Croft S. terse letter arrived, inquiring after the latest Governess S. sudden departure, Darlene wrote a brief reply. Unsuitable, she wrote. The position is vacant. Weeks turned into a month. The children S. education, for a time, consisted of the books in the nursery and the long, unchaperoned walks they took across the moors. They seemed content, even relieved. The house itself felt more at ease, its corridors breathing more freely, without the frantic energy of an uninvited guest. It was on one of these walks that they found him. His name was Mr. Thomas Finch, and he was an artist, a man of middling years, with kind, myopic eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles, and a waistcoat stained with paint. He had set up an easel on a rocky outcrop, attempting to capture the brooding expanse of the moors, and the stark silhouette of Blackwater House against the sky. He was, quite clearly, failing. His canvas was a mess of muddy greens and oppressive grays. Arthur and Constance watched him from a distance for a long time, their stillness making them part of the landscape. Finally, they approached. "UV got the light wrong," Constance said, her voice not critical, but observational. Mr. Finch jumped, splattering a daub of umber on his trousers. He blinked down at the two pale children who had appeared as if from the heather itself. "I have," he asked, a smile touching his lips. He was a man accustomed to solitude, but not unfriendly. "The light here is older," Arthur explained. "It remembers things. You have to paint what it remembers, not what you see." This strange statement should have alarmed a sensible man. But Mr. Finch was an artist, and his mind lived in the hazy borderland between the seen and the unseen. He was intrigued. "And what does it remember?" he asked, genuinely curious. The children led him closer to the house, pointing out the way the shadows clung to the stonework long after the sun had moved, the particular shade of purple in the thistles that grew near the foundation, the almost human shape of a gnarled oak that had been struck by lightning generations ago. They spoke of the house not as a building, but as a living chronicle. Mr. Finch listened, his initial amusement transforming into a deep, artistic fascination. He began to visit regularly, with the permission of a vaguely worded letter sent to Damien J., who cared little as long as the children were occupied. Mr. Finch did not try to teach them grammar or geography. Instead, he brought them sketchbooks and charcoals. He taught them how to mix colors, how to see the world in terms of light and shadow. And in return, they taught him the secrets of Blackwater. He was a different kind of guest. He did not try to impose order or routine. He was quiet, observant, and most importantly, he appreciated the house. He would spend hours in the grand hall, sketching the carved banister, or in the library, capturing the dust motes dancing in the slanted light. He felt the age of the place, not as an oppressive weight, but as a source of inspiration. One afternoon, he set up his easel in the nursery. The light was soft and diffuse. "A wonderful room," he murmured, his eyes taking in the details. So much character. His gaze fell upon the wing chair. Now there's a subject. The wear on the fabric, the history in its frame. He began to paint it. He painted the chair not as an ominous relic, but as a beloved piece of furniture, full of quiet dignity. As he worked, he hummed an old tune. The children sat on the floor, drawing their own pictures. The atmosphere was one of peaceful industry. Mr. Finch stayed for dinner, something no other governess had ever been invited to do. He told them stories of his travels, of the strange and beautiful things he had seen. He spoke to Arthur and Constance as if they were his peers, his fellow artists. Darlene served the meal with her usual silence, but her eyes, for once, held no dry judgment, only a watchful neutrality. That night, as a full moon rose over the moors, Mr. Finch prepared to leave. He stood in the front hall, pulling on his coat. "Thank you for a delightful day," he said to the children. "This house is a special place. It has a soul." Arthur looked at Constance. A silent message passed between them. "You can come back tomorrow," Arthur said, "if you like." Mr. Finch smiled warmly. "I would like that very much." He turned to go, but Constance spoke again, her voice soft. "They like you." Mr. Finch paused, his hand on the door latch. The quiet people," she said. "They think you see them." Mr. Finch, thinking she meant the portraits on the walls, or the history he so admired, simply nodded. "I try to," he said gently. "Good night, children," stepped out into the moonlit night, the door closing behind him with a soft, final click. In the nursery, the wing chair sat in the moonlight. The tapestry seemed to glow faintly. The scene was no longer a hunt, nor a terrified governess, nor a stern woman. It was a peaceful, abstract pattern of interlocking shapes and muted colors, a reflection of a quiet mind at rest. For now, the house was content. It had found not a governess, but a chronicler, and that was a role it could understand. The following day, Mr. Finch returned with a new canvas and a basket of apples from the village. He worked in the morning room, capturing the way the sunlight fell in a precise, golden rectangle on the worn Persian rug. Arthur sat with him, sketching the intricate pattern of the fireplace grate, while Constance arranged the apples in a blue bowl, studying the play of red against cobalt. Days fell into a new, gentle rhythm. The sound in the house was no longer the tense silence of lessons or the echo of fleeing footsteps, but the soft scratch of charcoal on paper, the quiet slosh of water in a jar for cleaning brushes, and Mr. Finch's low, thoughtful hum. He was a presence that asked for nothing but observation. He did not question the children's strange pronouncements or their deep familiarity with the house's every shadow. He simply accepted it as part of the unique texture of Blackwater. One evening, as a storm gathered over the moors, Mr. Finch worked on a small portrait of Constance. She sat by the fire, her face serene in the flickering light. He was struggling with her eyes. He could capture their pale color, but not their peculiar depth. They look so old, he thought, not for the first time. As if they've seen all this before, many times over. As if reading his mind, Constance spoke without moving. Miss Pynchon used to say that eyes are windows, but she said most people keep the curtains drawn. Mr. Finch paused, his brush hovering. He had learned not to dismiss their comments. "And what do you see when the curtains are open?" he asked gently. Constance's gaze shifted from the flames to a dark corner of the room. "Sometimes you see out. Sometimes you see in." A sudden gust of wind rattled the window panes, and the fire dipped. In the momentary dimness, Mr. Finch saw it. Not a full figure, but a suggestion of movement in the corner, a coalescence of shadow that felt watchful. It was not threatening. It was simply present. He felt a chill, but it was the chill of a profound truth, not of fear. He looked back at Constance, and for a fleeting second, he did not see a child, but a calm, ancient keeper of a gate. He did not run. He took a slow breath and mixed a new color on his palette, a touch of titanium white to capture the way the firelight now glimmered in her pupil. He was painting what the light remembered. Weeks blended into a month, and then two. Damien J. Croft, during one of his brief, disconnected visits, found Mr. Finch in the library, carefully sketching the crumbling spine of a first edition. He grunted, seemingly pleased that the children were quiet, and the house was in a state of placid upkeep. He made no move to dismiss the artist. Mr. Finch had, without any official title, become a part of the household's strange ecosystem. One afternoon, Mr. Finch announced he was returning to London for a fortnight to arrange a small exhibition of his work. He promised to bring them back books on Italian frescoes. The children saw him to the door. There was no drama in his leaving, only a quiet understanding that he would return. He walked down the drive, turning once to wave. Arthur and Constance stood side by side in the great doorway, not waving back, but watching. They did not move until he had disappeared from view. Inside, the house was very still. The nursery was tidy, the art supplies neatly stored. The wing chair sat in its corner, tapestry had returned to its familiar hunting scene, but the stag's head was held high, its expression calm, as if the hounds had momentarily lost the scent. The silence was not the hungry silence that had devoured the governesses. It was a patient silence, the silence of a story waiting to be continued. It was the silence of a house that had, for the first time in a very long time, found a friend. The days without Mr. Finch were different from the days before him. The silence was not empty, but full of anticipation. Arthur and Constance took their walks and passed the hours in the nursery, but their activities now centered on the sketches and paintings they had created under his guidance. They arranged their work on the floor, creating a map of the house and its grounds seen through their own eyes and through his. Darlene, when she brought their meals, would sometimes pause for a fraction of a second, her gaze sweeping over the images of a cracked urn or the silhouette of the gnarled oak. Her expression remained unreadable, but she never hurried away as she once had. One morning, a letter arrived for the children. It was from Mr. Finch. His handwriting was as untidy and generous as the man himself. He wrote of the noise and smoke of London, of how he missed the profound quiet of the moors. He described the gallery where his paintings would be shown, and promised again to return with the books on frescoes. "I have been working on a new piece from memory," he wrote. "It is of the main staircase in the morning light. I find I can see it more clearly here, away from the house, than I ever could when I was standing before it." Arthur read the letter aloud twice. Then Constance took it and folded it carefully, placing it in a small wooden box that had once held their mother's hairpins. They did not speak of it again, but the knowledge of the letter seemed to hang in the air, a warm point of connection in the vast, cool expanse of Blackwater House. The house itself seemed to be waiting. There were no more misplaced books, no tapping sounds in the night. The presences, which had been so vividly assertive for Miss Vance, had receded into the background. They were not gone, they were merely dormant, like shadows in the bright light of noon. They had tested the artist and found him worthy. There was no need for displays. When Mr. Finch's carriage finally crunched up the gravel drive, it was as if the house exhaled. He emerged, slightly more rumpled, with a portfolio under his arm and a package wrapped in brown paper. His smile was genuine and weary. "It is good to be back," he said, and he meant it not as a pleasantry, but as a deep truth. That evening, after dinner, he unwrapped the package. It was not just books on Italian art. Inside were 2 new sketchbooks, bound in fine leather, and a set of expensive pastels imported from France. "For my 2 finest colleagues," he said. Later, as he sat with a glass of brandy in the library, he looked at the children. "My exhibition is in 3 months' time," he said. "I would like that if it is agreeable to include some of your work. A small corner of the show for the artists of Blackwater." Arthur looked at Constance. Her eyes, those ancient windows, were wide. A slow smile spread across Arthur's face, a rare and genuine expression of delight. "They would like that," he said. Mr. Finch did not ask who they were. He simply nodded. Then it is settled. Up in the nursery, the wing chair held the scent of linseed oil and tobacco that clung to Mr. Finch's clothes. The stag in the tapestry was now lying down in a clearing, resting. The house was not just content. It was, in its own strange way, proud. It had been seen not as a place of horror, but as a thing of beauty. And in that seeing, it had found a measure of peace. The story of Blackwater was still being written, but the tone had shifted from one of grim survival to one of quiet, enduring art. The next morning, work began in earnest. The nursery became a studio. Mr. Finch set up a large table, and they began the careful process of selecting which pieces to send to London. It was not a simple task. Constance was fiercely protective of her drawings, often seeing flaws invisible to the adult eye. Arthur was more pragmatic, grouping works by theme: the house, the moors, the interior shadows. Mr. Finch watched them, marveling at their quiet concentration. He had known many artists in his life, men and women given to dramatic fits of passion and self-doubt. These children possessed a preternatural focus, as if they were not creating the images, but merely tracing lines that were already there, waiting to be revealed. He picked up one of Constance's sketches. It was a study of the hallway at twilight, but she had drawn it from a perspective near the ceiling, as if floating just below the molding. The angle was impossible, yet it felt utterly correct, capturing the way the shadows pooled in the corners and flowed down the corridor like water. "This one," he said softly. "This is exceptional." Constance looked up from a stack of her brother S. work. She studied the drawing for a moment, then gave a small, decisive nod. "That S from the landing where the air is always cold. You have to draw it quickly before it moves." Mr. Finch did not question her. He simply placed the drawing in the yes pile. He was learning that the children S art was a form of documentation, a catalog of the house, S many moods and memories. To include it in his exhibition felt less like showing the work of prodigies, and more like unveiling a secret history. A week before the crates were to be sent to London, Damien J. Croft made an unexpected visit. He stood in the doorway of the nursery, his bulky frame blocking the light, and surveyed the organized chaos of paper and pigment. His eyes, usually glazed with disinterest, sharpened as they fell upon the growing collection of framed pieces. "So this is what you've been about," he said, his voice a low rumble. He stepped into the room and picked up a small canvas of Mr. Finch. S. a luminous painting of the library S. leaded glass window, with Arthur and Constance visible as faint, ghostly reflections in the panes. Mr. Finch stood, a nervous flutter in his chest. He had never sought permission for this. It had simply evolved. "The children have remarkable talent, sir. I thought it only right to share it." Damien J. grunted, setting the painting down. His gaze swept over the children, who had stopped their work and were watching him with their unnervingly calm expressions. For a long moment, he said nothing. The house itself seemed to hold its breath. Then, a strange, almost imperceptible change came over his face. It was not warmth, but a flicker of something like recognition, as if he were seeing not his children, but familiar landmarks. "See that it's done properly," he said finally, turning to leave. "No expense. The Croft name will be attached, after all." When he was gone, the tension dissolved. Mr. Finch let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Arthur looked at Constance. He liked it, Arthur stated, not as a question, but as a fact. "He likes that it's a record," Constance clarified. "That it will last." The day the crates were loaded onto the wagon was bright and clear. Mr. Finch would follow in a week to oversee the hanging of the show. He shook the children's hands, a formal gesture that made them both smile. "I will write," he promised. "We know," said Arthur. As the wagon trundled down the drive, Constance slipped her hand into her brother's. They did not go inside immediately. They stood on the steps, feeling the sun on their faces, listening to the fading sound of the wheels. Inside, the house was not silent. It hummed with a low, pleasant energy, like the memory of a conversation. In the nursery, the afternoon sun fell across the empty easel and the tidy stacks of paper. The wing chair was just a chair again, its tapestry a simple, worn pattern. The hunt was over. For now, the artists were simply waiting for their work to be seen. The week of Mr. Finch's absence was the quietest the house had been since his arrival. The children spent their time in the garden, attempting to capture the fleeting summer light on the moors with their new pastels. The colors were brighter than any they had used before, and Constance seemed fascinated by the way the vibrant pigments could hold the warmth of the sun even as the air grew cool. Arthur preferred the charcoals, sketching the dark, solid shapes of the house against the shifting sky. Darlene brought them a telegram 3 days later. It was brief and from London. "All arrived safely. Stop exhibition. Hanging stop. Wish you were here. Stop Finch." They pinned the telegram to the nursery wall, next to a small study Mr. Finch had done of the morning room door. The house seemed to approve of this addition. The floorboards in the hall no longer creaked under the weight of unseen footsteps, but settled into a comfortable silence. It was a waiting that felt productive, like the pause between a breath drawn and a story told. The day before the exhibition opened, a large, flat package arrived by special courier. Inside, carefully wrapped in tissue paper, were 2 small, engraved invitations. They were for the private viewing of Echoes of Blackwater, paintings by Alastair Finch. Below the title, in smaller, elegant script, it read, "Featuring works by Arthur and Constance Croft." Arthur ran his finger over the raised letters of his name. Constance held her invitation up to the light, watching how the paper glowed. They had never seen their names printed in such a formal way. It made their partnership with Mr. Finch and the secret life of the house feel real in a way it never had before. That night, a soft rain began to fall, tapping gently against against the window panes. The children were in the library, reading by the fire, when they heard it. A faint, melodic humming, the same old tune Mr. Finch often hummed while he painted. It seemed to come from the grand hall. They looked at each other, then rose and walked to the doorway. The hall was empty, lit only by a single lamp. But the air was warm, and the scent of linseed oil and tobacco was unmistakable. The humming faded, but in its place was a new sensation, a feeling of focused attention directed not at them, but outward toward the south and the distant glow of London. The house was watching. It was listening across the miles. Arthur turned to his sister. "It's begun," he said. Constance nodded, her eyes reflecting the lamplight. "They're showing them the pictures." And in the quiet, rain-soaked darkness, Blackwater House stood sentinel, its history no longer a burden to be borne, but a story finally being shared. The quiet people were no longer restless. They were, for the first time in living memory, seen. The rain continued through the night, a soft drumming that soothed the old stones. The next morning, the moors were shrouded in a thick, luminous mist. The children ate their breakfast in silence, both acutely aware of the hour. In London, the doors to the gallery would be opening. Mr. Finch stood in the center of the polished floor, his heart beating a nervous rhythm against his ribs. The room was a sea of well-dressed murmurs and critical eyes. He watched as people moved past his large canvases of the house, their faces showing polite interest. Then they would turn the corner into the smaller, dedicated alcove. A hush would fall. The polite chatter would cease. Here, the viewers leaned in, their postures changing from casual observation to intense scrutiny. They were confronted with Arthur S. Stark, powerful charcoal of the main staircase, drawn from a low angle that made the steps seem to loom and ascend into infinity. They studied Constance S. impossible perspective of the hallway, her delicate pastel rendering of the moors at dusk, where the heather seemed to bleed into the sky. The guests did not merely look at these works, they were absorbed by them. Mr. Finch heard whispers, precocious talent, uncanny atmosphere. How old did you say they were? A severe-looking critic, a man known for his razor-sharp dismissals, stood for 10 full minutes before a joint piece the children had made. A collage of torn paper and faint ink washes that depicted the nursery wing chair. It was not a literal representation, but an impression of waiting, of patient stillness. The critic finally turned, sought out Mr. Finch, and gave a slow, deliberate nod. It was the highest praise the artist had ever received. Back at Blackwater, the day passed with an unnatural stillness. The mist did not lift. Arthur and Constance felt the house's attention like a physical pressure, a taut string vibrating between the moorland house and the city gallery. They did not try to draw or read. They simply waited in the library, feeling the echo of distant reactions ripple through the quiet rooms. As evening fell, the telephone in the main hall rang, a jarring, modern sound that seldom broke the silence. Darlene answered it, her voice a low murmur. A moment later, she appeared at the library door. "It is Mr. Finch for you." The children looked at each other, then walked to the hall. Arthur picked up the heavy receiver. "Hello." The line crackled with static, but Mr. Finch's voice was clear, brimming with an emotion they had never heard in him before, pure, unadulterated joy. "It is a triumph," he said, the words tumbling out. "An absolute triumph. They love your work. They are fascinated by it. Several people have asked to purchase pieces." He went on, describing the crowd, the comments, the critic's nod. Arthur held the receiver so Constance could listen, her ear pressed close to the Bakelite. When Mr. Finch finally paused for breath, Arthur simply said, "The house is listening." There was a silence on the other end of the line. Then Mr. Finch's voice returned, softer, filled with understanding. "Tell the house, tell them that they have been seen, and they are beautiful." Arthur repeated the words into the phone, not for Mr. Finch, but for the silent hall around them. "They have been seen, and they are beautiful." As he placed the receiver back in its cradle, a change swept through Blackwater. It was not a sound, but a sensation, a deep, resonant settling, as if a great weight had been lifted from the foundations. The taut string of attention snapped, replaced by a profound and grateful peace. The mist outside began to thin, and a single shaft of moonlight broke through, falling across the hall floor. The children climbed the stairs to the nursery. The room was warm, the air sweet. The tapestry on the wing chair showed the stag, standing peacefully by a still pool, its reflection perfect and unbroken in the water. The house was no longer waiting. Its story was out in the world, and it was enough. The following week brought a letter, thicker than the first, filled with newspaper clippings. Mr. Finch had enclosed reviews from the London papers. One headline read, "Finch's moorland masterpieces, upstaged by child prodigies." Another stated, "The true echoes of Blackwater are painted by its heirs." The children spread the clippings on the nursery floor, their fingers tracing the printed words that tried to capture the essence of their home. They did not seem surprised by the praise. It was a confirmation of something they had always known. A different kind of visitor began to appear at the edge of the moors. They were curious townsfolk from the village, and once a carload of people from the city who had read about the exhibition. They would park their vehicles a respectful distance away and point, not with fear or superstition, but with a new, wondering curiosity. Blackwater House was no longer just a place of grim legend. It had become a subject of art. Damien J. Croft took notice of this shift. He summoned the children to his study, a room they rarely entered. He did not speak of the reviews or the visitors. Instead, he gestured to a large, empty space on the wall above the mantelpiece. "That canvas there," he said, his voice gruff. "The one of the oak tree, the large one. I should like it hung here." It was one of Mr. Finch's paintings. Arthur and Constance exchanged a glance. This was not a request for a record or a document. It was, in its own way, an appreciation. "Yes, Father," Arthur said. When Mr. Finch returned, he was not alone. With him was a slender, sharp-eyed woman introduced as Miss Thistlemore, the owner of the gallery. She wished to see the house for herself. She walked through the rooms with a professional curiosity, her gaze missing nothing. In the nursery, she stopped before the children's latest works, her expression one of deep concentration. "Your father has agreed," she said, turning to Arthur and Constance, "that we might host a smaller, ongoing exhibition of your drawings at the gallery. A rotating collection. There seems to be a lasting interest." The children accepted this news with their customary calm, but a new light had entered their eyes. The story of Blackwater was not a single chapter that had been closed. It was a living thing that would continue to be told. That evening, as dusk settled, Constance took a fresh sheet of paper and began to draw the library from the perspective of the fireplace, looking out. She captured the way the last of the light caught the edges of the furniture and the patient, contented silence that filled the spaces between. Mr. Finch stood watching her. Then he set up his own easel beside her. He did not paint the room as it was, but as she was drawing it, including the faint, concentrated line of her brow and the steady movement of her hand. It was a painting not just of a place, but of a moment, of the quiet collaboration that had tamed the shadows. The house around them was utterly still. It was listening to the soft scratch of charcoal on paper. The sound of its own continued, and now celebrated, story. The summer deepened, and the rhythm of their days changed. Mornings were for their own work, afternoons for the new project with Miss Thistlemore. She sent large, flat portfolios for them to fill, with instructions that were more like gentle suggestions. The house seemed to enjoy this new purpose. It offered up different corners for their inspection. A certain quality of light falling through a stained glass panel one day, the intricate pattern of shadows cast by the banister the next. It was as if Blackwater was consciously posing for its portrait. One afternoon, a letter arrived from London that was different from the others. It was addressed to Arthur and Constance Croft, artists, Blackwater House. The paper was thick and expensive. Arthur opened it carefully. It was from a man who introduced himself as a professor of architectural history. He had seen their work, he wrote, and was particularly struck by the accuracy of certain details in their interior scenes, details of wood carving and plasterwork that had been thought lost to time, known only from fragmentary historical records. He wondered if he might, with their permission, pay a visit to study the house itself. They took the letter to their father. Damien J. read it slowly, his expression unreadable. He laid it flat on his desk. "This professor," he said, "he does not come for the ghost stories." "No, Father," Arthur said. "He comes for the woodwork." A faint, dry sound escaped Damien J.'s throat. It was, perhaps, a laugh. "See that Darlene prepares the guest room in the east wing." He looked out the window toward the moors. "It seems the world is finally learning the difference between a ruin and a monument." The Professor S. visit was the first of many. Scholars and historians began to make the journey, their notebooks and cameras replacing the fearful whispers of the past. Blackwater was being rediscovered, not as a place of dread, but as an artifact of great beauty. The children often followed these visitors at a distance, listening as the House S history was spoken aloud in tones of respect and wonder. They heard the stories of the quiet people not as tragedies, but as parts of a rich tapestry. One evening, Mr. Finch found Constance in the grand hall, not drawing, but simply staring up at the great oak staircase. "What do you see?" he asked gently. She did not look away. "I see that it's no longer just ours," she said. There was no sadness in her voice, only a quiet observation. "It belongs to them now, too. The people who see it in the pictures and read about it in the books. And is that a good thing?" Mr. Finch inquired. Constance finally turned to him, her ancient eyes clear. "It is the way it should be. A house should not be a secret. It should be a story, and stories need to be heard." As autumn began to tinge the moors with gold and russet, a final, profound change occurred. The silence of the house, once a heavy blanket, became a comfortable quiet. The faint pressures and echoes that had been the presence of the quiet people softened, then faded altogether. It was not an absence, but a completion. They had been acknowledged. Their home had been saved, not by being hidden away, but by being seen in the light of day. The artists of Blackwater had given them the one thing they had needed, not an exorcism, but an audience. And now, their story told, they could finally rest. The first frost came early, etching delicate patterns on the nursery window. Arthur breathed on the glass, blurring the icy ferns, then watched them sharpen again. The house was different. The quiet was no longer waiting. It was simply quiet, the peaceful silence of a library after the last reader has gone. Mr. Finch had begun a new painting, a large canvas of the moors under a wide, autumnal sky. He worked with a looser hand, his colors warmer. He no longer seemed to be chasing a feeling in the air, but simply capturing the light on the land. He often paused to look at the children's work, which now filled several portfolios stacked neatly in a corner. Their subjects had changed, too. There were fewer interiors, more studies of the garden's last roses, and the skeletal beauty of the bare trees. A letter arrived from Miss Thistlemore. The ongoing exhibition was a success. She had sold 3 more of their small pastel studies. The money was being held in trust, she wrote. Damien J. had grunted when informed, a sound that might have been approval. He had taken to walking the grounds in the afternoon, sometimes stopping to examine the very stonework and carvings the professors had admired. He was, in his own way, becoming the custodian the house had always needed. One crisp November afternoon, a delivery van made its way up the drive. The driver carried a large, rectangular parcel into the hall. It was addressed to Mr. Alastair Finch. Inside was the painting he had done of Constance drawing in the library. He had entered it in a prestigious annual exhibition, and it had won a minor award. A small bronze medal was tucked into the wrapping. That evening, They hung the painting not in the nursery, but in the main drawing room, on a wall that caught the firelight. It looked as though it had always belonged there. Damien Jay stood before it for a long time, his hands clasped behind his back. He did not comment on the artistry, but finally said, "The frame is adequate." It was high praise. Later, as the fire burned low, the three of them sat together. Mr. Finch in his usual chair, Arthur on the rug, Constance curled on the sofa. There were no easels set up, no pencils in hand. They were just a man and two children in a room, comfortable in the quiet. "The house is happy," Constance said softly. "Not to anyone in particular." Arthur nodded, poking at a log with the fire iron. "It's finished." Mr. Finch looked from one child to the other, then around the room. The shadows were just shadows, cast by the flickering flames. The tapestry on the chair showed its age, but the threads held fast. He thought of the frantic artist who had arrived months ago, seeking inspiration in gloom, and he felt a profound sense of gratitude. He had come to capture a ghost, and had instead helped a family find its home. "In the spring," he said, "I should like to paint the garden. When the first flowers come up." Constance smiled. "They will be yellow, I think. The first ones are always yellow." And in the calm of the evening, with the future settled comfortably before them like an open book, Blackwater House rested. Its stories had been told, its beauty recognized. It was no longer a place of echoes, but simply a house on the moor, full of light and peace. The winter passed in a contented hush. The snows came and blanketed the moors, and Blackwater stood serene against the white expanse, its dark stones a stark and beautiful contrast. The children's drawings turned to winter scenes, capturing the way the ice clung to the window ledges, and the deep, soft silence that fell after a fresh snowfall. They posted these to Miss Thistlemore, who wrote back that the Londoners found them wonderfully atmospheric, a glimpse into a world they hardly knew. When the thaw began, a slow drip-drip from the eaves, a different sort of anticipation filled the house. It was not the old, anxious waiting, but a looking forward. One morning in early March, Constance ran into the kitchen, her cheeks flushed. She had found them, she said, just as she had predicted. Tiny, brave yellow crocuses pushing through the cold earth at the side of the herb garden. Mr. Finch carried his easel outside that very afternoon, his breath misting in the crisp air. He set up near the spot Constance had found, but he did not paint the flowers as a close study. Instead, he painted the whole sweep of the garden with the house behind it, the small splash of yellow in the foreground, a promise of the spring to come. Arthur joined him, not to draw, but to simply sit on a damp bench and watch. Damien Jay observed this new ritual from his study window. He saw the artist at his work, and his children nearby, no longer confined to the nursery, but a natural part of the landscape of their home. He turned from the window and picked up a pen. He had a letter to write to the Historical Society, agreeing to their proposal for a small summer open day for specially interested members. It was a decision that would have been unthinkable a year before. The day of the open house was bright and clear. A small group of people arrived, not in fear, but with the eager curiosity of pilgrims. They were led by the professor, who pointed out the carvings on the newel post and the unique pattern of the parquet floor. Arthur and Constance moved among the guests, not as shy specters, but as guides, occasionally pointing out a detail that the professor had missed. A particular way the light fell at a certain hour. They were, everyone understood, the true authorities on Blackwater. That evening, after the last car had departed, the family and Mr. Finch had a simple supper in the kitchen. The conversation was easy, punctuated by comfortable silences. Later, as Constance prepared for bed, she looked at the tapestry on the wing chair. The stag was still there by the pool, but she noticed something new. In the background, almost hidden among the trees, she could just make out the faint, friendly shape of a small cottage, with a thin line of smoke rising from its chimney. It had not been there before. The story, it seemed, had added a peaceful ending. She climbed into bed, and Arthur, in the bed opposite, was already asleep. The house settled around them, its every creak and sigh familiar and friendly. The quiet people were gone, their peace won. But the house itself felt more alive than ever, not with their echoes, but with the present, with the sound of breathing, and the gentle rustle of the curtains in the night air. It was simply home. The next morning, the air was soft with the promise of rain. Arthur found his father in the library, standing before a large map of the estate that had been unrolled on the table. Damien J. looked up as Arthur entered. "The roof on the old stables needs attention," he said, his finger tapping a spot on the map. "I have engaged a man from the village to see to it next week." It was a simple statement, but it spoke of a future at Blackwater that was being actively built rather than endured. Constance, meanwhile, had taken her sketchbook to the top of the house, to a small, dusty attic she had always known about but rarely visited. The light was poor, but she sat on an old trunk and began to draw the jumble of forgotten things around her: a broken rocking horse, a stack of leather-bound ledgers, a bird's nest nestled in the eaves. She was not drawing for an exhibition or a portfolio. She was drawing for the simple pleasure of remembering the day, of capturing a corner of her home that had not yet been seen by any visitor. Mr. Finch, packing his belongings for a trip to London to finalize arrangements with Miss Thistlemore, paused in the hallway. He listened. The house was not silent. From the attic came the faint scrape of Constance's pencil. From the library, the low murmur of Arthur and Damien J. discussing the stables. From the kitchen, Darlene hummed a tune as she worked. It was the sound of a house that was lived in, fully and without fear. He smiled to himself. He would come back, of course. This was no longer just a project. It had become his subject, and in many ways, his home too. When he returned a fortnight later, the first thing he noticed was the ladder propped against the east wing, and the sound of cheerful hammering from the stable roof. The second thing he noticed was a new drawing, framed and hanging in the hall beside the telephone. It was Arthur's, a detailed study of the repaired stable door, its wood gleaming with fresh oil. Underneath, in Constance's neat script, was a label. The new hinge, March. The seasons turned. The yellow crocuses were followed by daffodils, then by the bluebells that carpeted the woods on the edge of the moor. The children grew, their drawings maturing in line and perspective, but never losing the peculiar, insightful quality that had first captured Mr. Finch's attention. Blackwater House, in turn, continued to reveal its secrets, not as burdens, but as gifts. It was a story that would never be fully told, and that was the greatest comfort of all. It was a story that was still being lived. Story 2. The first sound was not a sound at all, but a tear in the fabric of the silence. A soft, wet ticking, like a seed pod bursting or a beetle tapping its shell against a window pane. It came from the walls, or perhaps from inside the walls, a secret pulse that the house had kept hidden until nightfall. I lay in the iron-framed bed, the mattress sighing beneath me with the scent of dried lavender and dust, and I listened. It was the only living thing in that vast, sleeping weight of a house, this tiny, insistent rhythm. I counted the spaces between each tick, trying to map its logic, but it was a slippery thing, a heartbeat that skipped or doubled back on itself. It was the house breathing. It was the house counting down. We had arrived at Blackwater Manor 3 days prior, a collection of fools drawn by the lure of a ghost. The invitation had come from Andy Morrow, the last in a long, withered line, a man who wore his inheritance like a poorly tailored suit. He was a skeptic, a man of ledgers and logic, who wanted to either prove the stories about his family home were nonsense or find a way to monetize them. He gathered us, his chosen instruments. Easton, the scholar with his wire-rimmed glasses, and a mind so full of phantom lore it seemed to hum, Carmen, sharp and wry. A photographer who believed a camera could capture truth faster than the eye, Leanne, pale and quiet, whose nerves were already frayed wires before we'd even passed through the wrought iron gates. And me. I was the chronicler, the one meant to stitch it all together into a coherent narrative. A story. The house was a Gothic monstrosity of weathered granite and leprous white trim, crouched on a spit of land where the river curled into a stagnant, black-watered lake. The air itself was different here, thick and sweet with the decay of waterlogged leaves, a smell that clung to the back of the throat. The windows were blind eyes, reflecting only the flat, gray sky. Andy met us at the door, a man trying too hard to be casual. He was handsome in a faded way, but his eyes held a restless energy, a flicker of something that didn't he belong to a man who dealt in facts. "Welcome to the family albatross," he said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "Try not to wake anything up." The interior was a museum of shadows. The air was cold and still, smelling of beeswax, and the faint, metallic tang of old plumbing. Our footsteps on the checkerboard marble of the grand foyer were swallowed by the immense space. A grand staircase swept upwards into gloom, and everywhere there was wood, dark and intricately carved, depicting twisting vines and strange, unblinking faces that seemed to watch you from the wainscoting. That first evening, we gathered in the library, a room choked with the ghosts of unread books. Easton was in his element, his fingers tracing the spines of volumes on local folklore. The Morrows have always been connected to this land, he said, his voice a low, reverent murmur. They say the house Wasson T built so much has grown from a seed of something older. Carmen snorted, adjusting the lens on her camera. They also say that about fungus. Dosen T make it charming. Leanne said nothing. She stood by the cold fireplace, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, staring at the portrait above the mantel. It was of Alastair Morrow, Andy S. great-grandfather, a man with eyes the color of a winter storm, and a mouth set in a line of absolute authority. In his hand, he held a single, unlit black candle. He doesn't look like the friendly type. I offered, trying to lighten the mood that was settling over us like a shroud. Leanne flinched, as if I'd broken a spell. He s not in the painting, she whispered. He s behind it. Andy laughed, a short, harsh sound. See, this is what happens. The place gets in your head. It's just a painting, Leanne, dried oil and canvas. But I saw the way his gaze lingered on the black candle, and I saw the way his thumb worried at an old, silvery scar on his own palm. A secret rhythm. The first night, the ticking began. The second night, the shadows began to breathe. I was reading in my room, a small, high-ceilinged cell at the end of the east wing, when I noticed it. The lamp on my bedside table cast a warm, yellow pool of light, but the corners of the room were deep wells of purple darkness. I looked up from my page, my eyes drawn to one particular shadow in the angle where the wall met the ceiling. It was wrong. It was deeper than it should have been, a void that swallowed the faint light from the hallway under the door. And as I watched, it swelled. It was a slow, deliberate expansion, like a lung filling with black air. Then it receded. Swell, recede. I sat frozen, my own breath caught in my chest, until the rhythm of the shadow and my own frantic heartbeat began to syncopate. Then, with a final, soft contraction, the shadow was just a shadow again. I did not sleep. The next morning, over coffee that tasted of the iron-rich well water, the others were quiet. Carmen S.'s usual sharpness was muted, her eyes puffy. Leanne looked translucent, as if she were fading into the morning light. It was Easton who broke the silence, his voice trembling with excitement rather than fear. It's responsive, he said, his glasses gleaming. I was reading from Alastair S. journals last night, accounts of his experiments, and the temperature in the room dropped 20 degrees. I felt a presence, a concentrated intelligence. You felt a draft, Easton, Andy snapped, but his knuckles were white around his coffee mug. This house is full of them. It's not a draft, Leanne said, her voice so soft we had to lean in to hear. It's listening. It's learning the shape of us from the inside. Carmen finally spoke. My film is ruined. All of it. Every shot I took yesterday. They were all just streaks of light, like something moved in front of every single exposure. She looked at Andy, her gaze direct and challenging. What exactly did your great-granddaddy get up to in this place? Andy looked away, toward the window that overlooked the Black Lake. He was a man of his time. He believed in order, in control. He thought there were forces that could be harnessed. What forces? I asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he stood up. There's something I should show you, since we were all sharing. He led us down a narrow, descending staircase into the cellar. The air grew cold and damp, the stone walls weeping a slow, mineral sweat. The cellar was not a single room, but a warren of brick arches and packed earth floors. In the center of the farthest chamber stood a chair. It was made of dark, heavy wood, with thick straps of leather on the arms and legs. Set into the floor around it were iron rings. On a small stone altar beside it sat a single, unused black candle, identical to the one in the portrait. The silence in that room was absolute. It was the silence of held breath, of terrible patience. This is where he conducted his more practical researches, Andy said, his voice flat. He believed the boundary between our world and another was thinner here, that the right kind of pressure, the right kind of suffering, could puncture it. Leanne made a small, choked sound and backed away, her hand going to her mouth. Easton approached the chair with a kind of morbid fascination. I just felt a cold dread seeping up from the earth into the soles of my feet, climbing my spine. That night, the house truly woke up. The ticking was louder now, a wet, syncopated rhythm coming from every direction. I heard footsteps in the hall outside my room, heavy and slow, pacing back and forth. But when I cracked the door, the hallway was empty, the only sound the frantic beating of my own heart. From elsewhere in the house, I heard a door slam. Then another. A cascade of slamming doors moving through the manor like a passing storm. I left my room, drawn by a terror that was sharper than the fear of staying put. The hallway was a tunnel of shifting shadows. The faces in the woodwork seemed to be smiling, their carved lips pulled back into grimaces. I found Carmen in the library, her camera pointed at nothing, clicking futilely. "It's in the glass," she muttered, not looking at me. "It's in the reflections. It's always behind you." We found Easton in the main drawing room, standing before the large, dark mirror above the sideboard. He was staring into his own reflection, but his expression was one of utter confusion. "Easton," I said. He turned to us, his face pale. "There's someone else in there," he whispered. "He's wearing my face, but he's older. He's so tired." Then Leanne screamed. The sound was a nail scraping down the blackboard of the night. We ran, following the echo of her terror to the head of the grand staircase. She was on the landing, pointing down into the foyer. Below, Andy stood, looking up at us. But it wasn't just Andy. Standing beside him, a hand on his shoulder, was a tall, gaunt figure with storm-gray eyes. Alistair Morrow. He was as solid as the floor beneath our feet, his gaze holding an ancient, terrible weight. In his hand, he held the black candle, and now it was lit, the flame burning not yellow, but a cold, impossibly white light that cast no warmth and illuminated nothing. "It's time to finish the work," the figure said, and its voice was the sound of dry leaves skittering across stone, the creak of a rope, the drip of water in a deep place. Andy looked up at us, and his face was a mask of anguish and a strange, horrifying relief. "He says it needs a family," he choked out. "But our line is thin. It needs new blood to keep the door open." The revelation crashed over me. We weren't investigators. We were ingredients. Andy had brought us here as an offering, a sacrifice to sate the hunger of the house and the ghost that was its master. The invitations, the experiment, it was all a ritual. We were the kindling. The thing wearing Alistair's shape blew out the candle. The darkness that fell was not an absence of light. It was a substance, thick and liquid, pouring into the house, swallowing the world. The air grew heavy and cold, and the ticking sound became a frantic, panicked drumming inside my skull. I felt hands, cold and skeletal, brushing against me in the blackness. I heard Carmen shout, a curse cut short. I heard Easton sobbing. I heard Leanne's whimpers turn into a single, sustained note of pure terror that seemed to go on forever. I stumbled backward, away from the landing, away from the consuming dark that was flowing up the stairs. I ran blindly, my hands scraping against the rough wallpaper. I found a door, yanked it open, and fell through into a small, windowless room, a linen closet. I pulled the door shut, plunging myself into a blackness so complete I could not tell if my eyes were open or closed. I huddled there, knees to my chest, as the house screamed. It was a symphony of anguish, the walls themselves groaning, the floorboards shrieking. Voices that were not voices whispering promises and threats in a language I felt rather than heard. I smelled ozone and blood, and the sweet, cloying scent of rot. I felt the pressure change, the air becoming thin, as if the house were inhaling, drawing all the energy, all the life, into its central, hungry heart. And then silence. A deep, profound silence that was more terrifying than the noise. It was the silence after a death. I don't know how long I stayed in that closet. Time had become unmoored, a river with no banks. Eventually, a sliver of gray light appeared under the door. Dawn. I pushed the door open, my body stiff and trembling. The house was still. The morning light filtered through the dusty windows, illuminating the familiar hallway. Everything was in its place. The portraits hung straight. The carpets were undisturbed. There was no sign of struggle, no evidence of the night's horrors. It was just an old, quiet, empty house. I crept downstairs. The foyer was empty. The front door stood open, as if waiting for me. I walked out into the weak morning sun, the gravel of the drive crunching under my feet. I was the only one. I never saw Andy, Easton, Carmen, or Leanne again. The official story is that they left before I woke, that the experiment was concluded. No bodies were ever found. The police investigation went nowhere. Blackwater Manor stands empty, waiting for its next guests. But I know what happened. The house took them. It digested them. It needed a family, and for a little while we were one. It learned our rhythms, our fears, our secret hearts, and then it consumed us, folding our stories into its own long, dark history. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear it. A faint, wet ticking, like a seed pod bursting or a beetle tapping against the window pane of my city apartment, 1,000 miles away. And sometimes, when I look into a mirror for too long, I see a flicker in the background, a shadow that swells and recedes with a rhythm that is not my own. I see the cold, white flame of a candle that was never lit. I close my eyes, and the memory of that final darkness rises up to meet me. And I understand now that the door was never meant to be kept open. It was meant to be passed through. And a part of me, the part that listened too closely to the house's heartbeat, did not come all the way back. It is still there, in that endless, silent black, walking the halls, a ghost in the making, waiting for the rest of me to finally come home. The story is over. The story is just beginning. The house is patient. The house is always waiting. The manuscript sits on my desk, a stack of papers that feels less like a book and more like a confession. My publisher thinks it a work of brilliant fiction, a masterful blend of gothic horror and psychological suspense. He talks about marketing campaigns and book tour. He doesn't understand that it's a warning, or perhaps a beacon. I live in a different city now, in a modern apartment where the walls are thin, and the sounds are of traffic and neighbors, a constant, reassuring hum of the mundane. I have tried to build a life on top of the silence I carried out of Blackwater Manor, but the foundation is rotten. The ticking started a month after I submitted the final draft. At first, I dismissed it as the old building S-pipes or an insect trapped in the wall. But the rhythm was familiar, a slippery, wet cadence that defied the logic of this new place. It comes at night, of course, when the city's noise finally recedes. I lie in my bed, the scent of lavender and dust a phantom in my nostrils, and I count the spaces between the ticks. It is the same count. It has followed me. Reflections are worse. I have covered all the mirrors in my apartment with sheets. I caught a glimpse last week in the dark screen of my turned-off television. I was just passing by, and my own reflection was there, pale and haunted. But behind me, in the dim apartment, another figure stood. It was not Alistair Morrow. It was Andy. His face was a blur of anguish, his mouth open in a silent plea. He reached a hand toward my shoulder, and when I spun around, there was nothing but the empty room. The air was cold. I went to a doctor. I spoke of stress, of post-traumatic stress, though I could not name the trauma. He prescribed pills that make the world soft and distant, but they do not stop the ticking. They only make it seem farther away, a signal from a distant shore that I can almost, but not quite, Ignore. Yesterday, I received a letter. It was not sent through the post. I found it slipped under my door, a single sheet of heavy, yellowed parchment. The handwriting was an elegant, spidery script I recognized from Alastair Morrow's journals. It contained only one sentence. The story requires an ending. I burned the letter in my sink, watching the paper curl and blacken, but the words are seared onto the back of my eyelids. The story requires an ending. My story, the one I left unfinished in the dark. Carmen's camera arrived this morning in a plain brown box. There was no return address. The postmark was smudged, illegible. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was her old Leica. The metal was cold, and it smelled of lake water and damp earth. When I lifted it to my eye, the viewfinder was not black. It showed a scene clear as day. The grand foyer of Blackwater Manor, seen from the top of the stairs. And in the center of the frame, standing with their backs to me, were 4 figures: Andy, Easton, Carmen, and Leanne. They were perfectly still, waiting. I dropped the camera, and it clattered on the floor. When I dared to pick it up again, the viewfinder was empty. They are not gone, they are waiting. The house is not empty. It is full with the family it made. I know what I have to do. The thought is a cold stone in my gut, a certainty that has grown with every tick in the wall, every flicker in the glass. The manuscript is a lie, a story told to comfort the living. The truth is that you cannot walk out of a place like Blackwater Manor. You can only walk deeper into it. A part of me never left, and that part is lonely. It is calling the rest of me home. I am packing a single bag. I will drive back to the spit of land where the river curls into the black lake. I will open the wrought iron gate and walk up the gravel drive. The door will be unlocked. It has always been unlocked for me. This is not a surrender. It is a completion. The house needed a family, and for a little while we were one. It took the others, but it only borrowed a piece of me. Now it wants the rest. The story requires an ending, and my ending is there, in the silent black, waiting to welcome me back. The candle is lit. I am going to blow it out. The car handles like a stranger, a machine from a world that no longer feels real. The city skyline recedes in the rearview mirror, a jagged scar against a pale sky. With every mile, the hum of the modern world fades, replaced by a quiet that is not peaceful, but expectant. The roads grow narrower, the trees thicker, their branches weaving a canopy that filters the light into a murky green gloom. I don't need a map. My hands know the way. A deeper part of me is pulling, a taut string tied to my sternum, reeling me in. I stop at the last town, a handful of weathered buildings clinging to the edge of the forest. The air already smells different, wet and ancient. I buy supplies I know I will not need, a pantomime of a journey with a return trip. The man at the counter eyes me with the dull curiosity reserved for outsiders. When I pay, my hand brushes his, and a jolt, like static electricity, but cold, passes between us. He snatches his hand back, his eyes widening for a fraction of a second before the veil of normalcy drops again. house is already working through me. It is touching the world. The final approach is on foot. The car won't start after I park it at the end of the overgrown lane. The engine simply clicks, a dead, metallic sound. I am not surprised. I shoulder my bag and begin to walk. The silence here is different from the closet or my apartment. It is a living thing, a presence that walks beside me, its footsteps matching my own on the gravel. The trees press close, their trunks like bars. I see faces in the bark, but they are not smiling or grimacing. They are watching. They are waiting. The iron gate is ahead, rusted open as I left it. Beyond it, Blackwater Manor stands exactly as I remember, a hulk of dark stone and sharper angles against the bruised sky. It does not look abandoned. It looks dormant, like a beast holding its breath. The black lake is a sheet of polished slate behind it, perfectly still. No bird sings. No insect chirrs. The front door is, as I knew it would be, unlocked. It swings inward without a sound. The air that washes out is cold and carries the scent of dust and dried roses, and underneath it, the faint, sweet odor of decay. The foyer is exactly as it was, as it always is. The portraits hang straight. The dust lies undisturbed. It is a perfect diorama of that last morning. I step across the threshold, and the pressure changes instantly. The air becomes thick, heavy to breathe. The door swings shut behind me, sealing with a soft, final click. The sound echoes in the profound quiet. I am home. I drop my bag by the door. It is a useless gesture, the last vestige of a life that no longer applies. I walk forward, my footsteps muffled by the carpets. I do not call out. There is no need. They are here. I can feel them in the stillness, a quartet of silent pressures in the rooms around me. I climb the stairs. The wood does not creak. Each step is soundless. I walk to the landing and look down into the foyer. It is empty, but I am not alone. I turn and walk down the east wing toward the room that was mine. The door is ajar. I push it open. The room is not empty. The bed is made. A book lies open on the bedside table, the page I was reading that first night. And sitting in the chair by the window, looking out at the lake, is a figure. It turns its head slowly. It is me, or a version of me, but paler, thinner, with eyes that are full of the house's deep, patient darkness. The part of me that stayed behind. It smiles, a slow, gentle movement that holds no warmth, but an immense, weary recognition. It stands and extends a hand. There is no fear in me now, only a vast and settling relief. I reach out and my fingers touch its own. The contact is like ice and electricity, a shock of reintegration. The memory of the closet, the screaming dark, the years of half-life in the city, it all flows into this moment, this confluence. A shadow detaches itself from the corner of the room. It is Alistair Morrow. He holds the black candle, its cold white flame casting no light, but drinking the room into a deeper twilight. He does not speak. He simply watches, his storm-gray eyes holding a satisfaction that is centuries old. From the hallway, I hear them then. Not screams or sobs, but the soft, almost comfortable sounds of a household. The rustle of a page turning, the faint click of a camera shutter, a low, murmured conversation. They are all here. The family is whole. I look at my other self, and we are one. I feel the house not around me, but within me. Its history is my memory. Its silence is my breath. The ticking is my heartbeat. I walk to the window and look out at the perpetual twilight that hangs over the lake. This is not an ending. It is an arrival. The story is complete. The door is not open or closed. It is simply where I live. I blow out the candle, and the darkness that falls is not terrifying. It is my own skin. I am home. The days began to fold into one another, seamless, and without the harsh demarcation of sunrise and sunset. The light in the house was a perpetual, soft gloom, like the inside of a pearl. I no longer felt the passage of time as a linear thing, but as a slow, gentle eddy. I would find myself in the library, a book open on my lap, and realize I had been reading the same sentence for what might have been hours or days. The words had lost their meaning, becoming instead a pattern, a rhythm that matched the quiet ticking in the walls. We were all together, but rarely in the same room. The house was large enough to hold our solitudes. Sometimes I would pass Easton in the hallway. He would nod, a calm, distant look in his eyes, and continue on his way to the drawing room, where he would stand for long periods before the dark mirror, communing with the older, wearier self trapped within. I saw Leanne in the music room, her fingers tracing the keys of the grand piano, though it made no sound. Her terror had been refined into a state of permanent, quiet melancholy. Carmen was different. She was always moving, a shadow with a camera that never needed film. I would see the flash of her lens from the corner of my eye, capturing moments that existed only for her. She was documenting the inside of the house, the architecture of our eternity. Andy kept to the foyer, a silent sentinel by the door that would never open again. He was the steward of our captivity, his anguish finally quieted into a grim acceptance. We did not need to eat or sleep. Our sustenance was the house itself. We drew life from its silence, from its deep, cold memories. We were its stories now, the newest chapter in a long and bloody volume. One evening, or perhaps it was night, I found myself standing before the large mirror in the drawing room. Easton was not there. I was alone. I looked at my reflection and saw the pale, thin woman I had become. But as I watched, the reflection began to change. It was not aging or decaying. It was settling. The fear in my eyes softened into knowledge. The tension around my mouth relaxed into a line of quiet understanding. The woman in the glass was no longer a victim. She was a part of the house, a permanent fixture, as much as the woodwork and the stone. Behind my reflection, the room shifted. I saw Andy walk past the doorway. Then Leanne, drifting like smoke. Then Carmen, a fleeting silhouette. They were not ghosts. They were residents. We were the family the house had always wanted, a perfect, self-contained system of remembrance and silence. Alastair Morrow was there too, not as a separate entity, but as a flavor in the air, a pressure in a certain corner of a room. He was the foundation upon which we were built. His satisfaction was a constant, low hum in the background of our existence. I left the mirror and walked to the grand staircase. I did not climb it. I simply sat on the bottom step, feeling the cool, smooth wood beneath my hands. I listened to the house breathe. It was a slow, deep respiration, the intake of dust and shadow, the exhalation of time. I closed my eyes, and I could feel the others, their presence like gentle currents in the still air. There was no need for words. Our shared experience was a language more profound than speech. This is what it means to be complete. The frantic struggle of life, the sharp pains of fear and loss, have been smoothed away like the rough edges of a stone in a river. We are that stone now, worn smooth by the endless, gentle flow of the house's darkness. The world outside, with its noisy, fleeting concerns, is a forgotten dream. This is the true peace, the peace that comes not from an absence of trouble, but from an end to the fight. The door is gone. There is no inside or outside. There is only the house, and we are the house. The story is over. We are living in the silence that follows. The silence is not empty. It is a substance, thick and resonant. I can hear the thoughts of the others not as words, but as textures. Andy S. is a low, solid hum of vigilance. Leanne S. is a faint, melodic sigh. Easton S. is a deep, searching silence that mirrors the dark lake. Carmen S. is a series of sharp, bright clicks, like a shutter opening and closing on the same perfect, unchanging image. Today, I found myself in the conservatory. The glass panes were opaque with grime, casting a greenish, underwater light on the dead plants. Their leaves were brittle and brown, but as I stood there, I saw a subtle shift. A vine, dry as bone for decades, uncurled a tender, pale green tendril. It moved with a soft, rustling sound, reaching for the dim light. It was not a miracle of growth. It was an echo. The house was remembering spring. I reached out and touched the new leaf. It was cool and slightly damp. In that moment, a memory that was not my own bloomed in my mind. I saw a woman in a white dress, her laughter like bells, watering these same plants 100 years ago. The memory was vivid, saturated with a joy I had never known. Then, just as quickly, it faded, leaving behind a residue of profound loss. The house was not just showing me its past. It was making me feel it. We are its nervous system now, the medium through which it experiences its own long history. A floorboard creaked behind me. It was Easton. He stood in the doorway, his gaze fixed on the resurrected vine. There was a strange light in his eyes, a flicker of the academic curiosity that had once defined him. "Fascinating," he murmured, his voice raspy from disuse. "It's not regeneration, it's recollection." He stepped closer, and for the first time since our arrival, I felt a spark of connection that was not born from shared dread, but from a shared wonder. We were both students of this impossible place. Later, I wandered into the library. The air smelled of old leather and faintly of Carmen's perfume. She was there, running her fingers along the spines of books whose titles had long since faded. She didn't look at me, but she spoke, her voice clear and calm. "I tried to capture the light," she said, "but the light here is a memory, too. It doesn't photograph. It can only be felt." She turned and smiled, a genuine, peaceful expression that transformed her face. "I think I'm finally starting to understand what I'm looking at. This is the new rhythm of our existence. The sharp terror has been absorbed, metabolized into a deep, collective understanding. We are not prisoners. We are curators. The house feeds us its memories, and we, in turn, give them a new voice. The story was never meant to be read. It was meant to be inhabited. And we are here forever, turning its pages." The change in Andy was the most profound. He left his post by the front door. I found him in the kitchen, of all places, a room we had all avoided for its lingering scent of old meals and final suppers. He was not attempting to cook. He was simply standing at the large, cold stove, his hand resting on one of the iron burners. His broad shoulders, once tight with panic, were relaxed. He felt my presence and turned. The desperate plea was gone from his eyes, replaced by a quiet steadiness. "It's solid," he said, his voice a low rumble that felt part of the house's foundation. "It's all so solid. There's no give." He meant it as a comfort. The unchangeable nature of the house, its absolute permanence, had become his anchor. He was no longer the man trying to escape. He was the man ensuring the walls remained standing. We began to gather, not out of necessity, but from a slow, gravitational pull. In the main drawing room, as the perpetual twilight deepened into a velvety night that never truly darkened, we would find ourselves occupying the same space. Leanne would sit at the silent piano, her fingers moving soundlessly over the keys. Easton would be in an armchair, staring into the cold fireplace as if reading histories in the ashes. Carmen would lean against the mantelpiece, her camera hanging from her neck, her gaze sweeping over us all with an artist's contentment. I would take the sofa, feeling the weight of the house around me like a heavy blanket. We did not speak. We simply were. Our collective presence wove a new silence, richer and more complex than the empty quiet of before. It was a tapestry of our resolved fates. Sometimes I would catch a glimpse of us in the large, tarnished mirror above the fireplace. We did not look like ghosts. We looked like a portrait, a scene of domestic stillness that had been hanging there for a century. The figures in the reflection seemed more real, more substantial than we felt ourselves. Alistair Morrow joined us one evening. He did not walk through the door. The shadows in one corner of the room simply coalesced, and he was there, standing just beyond the circle of our chairs. He held no candle. His hands were clasped behind his back. He observed us, his gaunt face expressionless, yet I felt a wave of completion emanating from him. This was the equilibrium he had sought, a family to fill the halls, not with the messy chaos of life, but with the perfect, ordered peace of eternity. We were his final and most successful creation. I looked at each of my companions, my family. I saw the peace they had found, the terror they had shed. I felt the same within myself. The ticking in the walls was my pulse, The chill in the air was my breath. The story had not just ended, it had been absorbed. We were living inside the final punctuation mark, a period that contained a whole world. There was no more past or future. There was only this beautiful, endless now. The house was content, and so were we. The next turning of the page was a gentle one. I was in the upstairs hallway, drawn to the window at its end that overlooked the Black Lake. The water was as still as ever, a sheet of obsidian reflecting nothing. But as I watched, a single ripple broke the surface, a perfect circle expanding slowly outward until it touched the shore. It was not caused by any wind or creature. It was the house, sighing in its sleep. Leanne was suddenly beside me, her presence as soft as moth wings. She pointed a slender finger toward the center of the vanished ripple. "He walks there sometimes," she whispered, her voice the rustle of old silk. "When he's remembering." I knew she meant Alistair. I could feel the memory too, a cold, lonely promenade along the lake's edge, the weight of centuries in every step. We were not just living in the house's memories. We were feeling its loneliness, its long, slow ache for company. Our presence was a balm applied to a very old wound. This shared sensation became our new language. A sudden warmth in the west wing was Easton, immersed in a memory of a long-ago summer sunbeam falling through the library window. A brief, sharp scent of ozone and metal was Carmen, experiencing the ghost of a flashbulb from a camera she never owned. A wave of profound, grounding stability was Andy, feeling the satisfaction of a stone wall perfectly laid. We were no longer just individuals. We were a sensory organ for the manor, and it spoke to us through the echoes of what it had witnessed. One day or night, I found myself standing before the closet door. It was just a door now, plain wood, no different from any other. I laid my hand upon it. There was no fear, no pull from the screaming dark. Instead, a flood of my own terror returned to me, not as a fresh horror, but as a memory the house had carefully preserved. It was a vital part of the story, a necessary ingredient. The house valued it. The house kept it safe. I turned from the door and saw the others gathered at the far end of the hall. They were waiting for me. Easton offered a slow, knowing nod. Carmen raised her camera, not to take a picture, but in a kind of salute. Leanne smiled, a gentle, understanding curve of her lips. Andy stood solid, a pillar. They had felt my moment at the closet. They understood. We moved together, a silent procession down the grand staircase. We did not need a purpose. Our purpose was to be. We settled into our accustomed places in the drawing room, and the deep, contented silence of Blackwater Manor settled around us once more. It was a fullness. It was a conclusion that would never need to be written, because it was being lived over and over in every perfectly preserved moment. The story was not just complete, it was eternal. The silence deepened further, becoming a physical presence that cradled us. I closed my eyes and let the memories of the house flow through me, not as distinct images, but as pure emotion. A surge of youthful joy from a birthday party in the dining room. The sharp sting of a long-ago argument in the study. The quiet despair of a rainy afternoon watching the lake. These were not foreign intrusions. They were my own history now, layered over my personal memories until the two were indistinguishable. My childhood in the sun-drenched city felt like a story I had once read about someone else. I opened my eyes and saw that Alastair Morrow had taken a seat in a high-backed chair that had always stood empty. He was not a shadow anymore, but as solid as any of us. He looked at each of us in turn, and for the first time, I saw something in his storm-gray eyes other than cold satisfaction. It was a flicker of gratitude. We had done more than complete his family. We had given his endless vigil a meaning beyond mere endurance. A soft sound began to fill the room. It was Leanne. Her fingers were still pressing the silent piano keys, but a note had begun to sound. It was faint, like a bell heard from a great distance, but it was unmistakably music. It was a simple, melancholic melody that seemed to have been woven from the twilight itself. As she played, the room responded. The dust motes dancing in the air began to sway in time. The shadows in the corners softened their edges. Easton leaned forward in his armchair, his eyes closed, a faint smile on his lips. He was hearing it too, the House S first true music in 100 years. Carmen slowly raised her camera, not to capture the moment, but as if the lens itself was listening. Andy S. stern expression softened into one of profound peace. The single note from the piano was joined by another, and then another, building into a haunting, beautiful piece that had no beginning and no end. It was the sound of Blackwater Manor finally being at peace. It was the sound of us. I leaned back against the sofa, letting the music wash over me. This was not an existence of stagnation. It was one of gradual, gentle unfolding. The story was eternal, yes, but it was also alive, and we were its quiet, beating heart. The melody played on, a lullaby for the timeless, a hymn for the finally, completely home. The melody did not fade. It settled into the fabric of the house, a new permanent layer over the old silence. In the days that followed, the music became a part of us, a rhythm we moved to without thought. I would find myself humming its refrain while tracing the patterns in the wallpaper, and the wallpaper seemed to pulse in response. Leanne was its constant source, her presence at the piano a fixed point in our gentle orbit. The instrument was no longer silent. It was an extension of her will, and through her, the House S voice. I began to explore the house with a new purpose, not to find a way out, but to listen. I climbed the stairs to the attic, a place we had all avoided for its palpable weight of forgotten things. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and old portraits. In a dusty trunk, I found a Child S toy, a wooden horse with one chipped ear. As my fingers brushed the smooth, worn wood, a memory blossomed, clear and bright. A small boy, laughing, pushing the horse along the floorboards of the nursery. The joy was so pure, it was almost painful. The house was not just showing me its sorrows, it was trusting me with its joys. When I descended, the toy horse in my hand, I found Easton waiting at the bottom of the attic stairs. He looked at the horse, then at me, and understanding passed between between us without a word. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a tarnished silver locket. He opened it to reveal a tiny, faded portrait of a woman with severe, kind eyes. "I found it in the study," he said, "behind a loose brick. She was his first wife, the one who drowned." He didn't say Alistair's name. He didn't need to. The house had told him, just as it had told me about the boy. We were becoming its archivists, piecing together its vast, emotional history. Carmen, in turn, began to arrange objects. She placed the locket on the mantelpiece. I set the wooden horse on a windowsill in the library. Andy brought a perfectly smooth, gray stone from the lake's edge and put it on the hearth. These were not decorations. They were offerings, focal points for the memories they held. The house seemed to breathe easier around them, the air losing a little more of its ancient chill. Our gatherings in the drawing room became more frequent, more intentional. We were a council of echoes, sharing the House S past through the objects we had found and the feelings they evoked. Alistair was always there, a silent participant. His gaze would linger on the locket, and for a moment, the stern lines of his face would soften with a grief so old it had become a part of the atmosphere. One evening, as Leanne's music wove through the room, I looked around at my family. Easton, the scholar, now studying the text of our existence. Carmen, the artist, curating our timeless gallery. Andy, the builder, maintaining the structure of our forever. Leanne, the musician, giving sound to our silence. And me, I was the reader, finally understanding the story from the inside. We were not just living in the house. We had become its consciousness. The final page was not an ending, but a state of being. And in the soft, endless music of our shared existence, we were, at last, perfectly whole. The music began to change. It was Leanne at the piano, but the melody was no longer solely hers. The notes that drifted from the instrument were older, a folk tune that felt like hills and hearths from a land I had never seen. I felt a new presence in the room, a warmth that was not our own. It was the memory of the woman from the conservatory, the one in the white dress. Her joy was now woven into Leanne's playing, a counterpoint to the Manor's melancholy. The house was not just remembering, it was harmonizing. This integration became our new reality. The boundaries between our individual selves and the house's long history continued to dissolve. I would wake from a state that was not sleep, with the taste of salt on my lips, the remnant of a memory of the lake's mist from a century past. Easton began speaking in fragments of poetry that were not his own, his voice taking on the cadence of another time. Andy's movements became slower, more deliberate, as if he were adjusting to the weight of stone and timber that was now his own body. We no longer simply found objects. The house began to reveal them to us. A floorboard would creak in a specific pattern, leading me to a loose panel where a bundle of old letters had been hidden. The handwriting was elegant and looping, filled with words of love and fear. I did not read them. I held them, and the emotions washed over me, the desperate hope, the creeping dread. I placed the bundle on the desk in the study, and the room seemed to sigh with relief. A secret finally acknowledged. Carmen was the most transformed. She had stopped carrying her camera altogether. One afternoon, I found her in the ballroom, standing perfectly still in the center of the dusty floor. Her arms were slightly raised, and she was slowly turning, her eyes closed. A faint, ghostly light played across her face, and I could hear the whisper of a waltz, the rustle of silk gowns. She was not remembering the ball. She was dancing in it. When she stopped and opened her eyes, they held a distant, glittering light. "They were so alive," she whispered, and the words were filled with a wistful joy. Alistair watched all of this with a quiet intensity. He was no longer a separate entity, a curator observing his collection. He was the central thread in the tapestry we were all becoming. His long solitude was the foundation upon which our community was built. One night, as we sat in our customary silence, he did something he had never done before. He looked directly at me and spoke a single sentence, his voice the soft creak of an ancient tree. "The story is not over," he said. "It is being retold." And I understood. Our peace was not a static thing. It was a dynamic, living process. We were not just living in the story's aftermath. We were the instruments through which the house was telling its story to itself, over and over, each time with a new inflection, a new depth of feeling. The frantic struggle was gone, yes, but it had been replaced by something infinitely more complex, a symphony of memory, and we were both the players and the music. The silence was gone, but the piece remained deeper and more resonant than ever. The change in the air was palpable after Alistair spoke. His words were not a prophecy, but an acknowledgement of a process already in motion. The house itself seemed to lean in, listening to the new story we were weaving from its old bones. I noticed then that the perpetual twilight outside the windows had taken on a softer hue, as if a full moon unseen was rising behind the blanket of clouds. Leanne's music adapted first. The folk tune from the woman in white began to intertwine with Alistair's somber themes, creating a richer, more complex composition. It was no longer a single memory being played, but a conversation between them. The piano's sound grew warmer, losing its distant, bell-like quality, and becoming a resonant, physical presence in the room. The vibrations traveled through the floorboards and up through the soles of my feet, a gentle hum that was the house's new pulse. Easton stood and walked to the bookshelf, his movements fluid, as if he were remembering how to inhabit a space he had built long ago. He did not pull a book from the shelf. Instead, he ran his fingers along the spines, and as he did, titles began to shimmer into view on the previously blank leather. They were not titles I recognized from any known language, but I understood their meanings instinctively. One glimmered with the essence of the long rain before the harvest. Another whispered of the silence of sleeping stones. He was not reading them. He was remembering them into existence, filling the library with the library's own soul. Andy watched him, and a deep, resonant sound, like a great stone settling, echoed from his chest. It was a sound of approval. He looked at his own hands, turning them over as if seeing them for the first time. Then He walked to the wall beside the fireplace and pressed his palm flat against the wallpaper. Under his touch, the faded pattern of vines seemed to strengthen, the colors deepening to a lush green, the blossoms gaining a hint of crimson. He was not restoring it. He was agreeing with its intended beauty, and the house complied. Carmen rose from her seat, drawn to the window. She lifted her hands, framing the view of the dark lake with her fingers. "There," she murmured, "a little more light on the water." And as she said it, a faint silver gleam did indeed appear on the obsidian surface, a reflection of the moon we could not see. She was not capturing light anymore. She was directing it. I felt a pull to contribute, to add my own thread to the tapestry. I looked toward the empty fireplace. I focused not on the cold ashes, but on the memory of heat, of a flame that had once pushed back the damp and the dark. I thought of the comfort of a hearth, of stories told not from books but from memory, spoken into the flickering light. A soft, orange glow kindled in the hearth. There was no fire, no crackling log, only a warm, gentle light that pulsed in time with Leanne's music. It cast our shadows on the wall behind us, and for the first time, those shadows looked like they belonged. Alistair watched us, his hands resting on his knees. The gratitude in his eyes had solidified into something akin to pride. We were not his prisoners or his guests. We were his collaborators. The retelling had begun, and we were all, finally, finding our voices. The house was no longer a relic of the past. It was a living narrative, and we were the words on its page, the notes in its song, forever new, forever eternal. The new light from the hearth did not flicker. It held steady, a warm, constant sun in our perpetual evening. In its glow, the very air of the drawing room seemed to thicken, becoming sweet with the scent of beeswax and dried roses, a memory of care from a time long before our own. The house was not just showing us its past, it was reviving it for us, through us. Alistair slowly rose from his chair. He moved toward the center of the room, and as he did, the space around him seemed to clarify, the shadows retreating not in fear, but in deference. He stopped before the empty space where a rug might have lain and extended a hand, not to any of us, but to the air itself. A figure shimmered into view, a woman with a gentle face and eyes the color of the lake at dawn. It was the woman from the locket, but no longer a faded image. She was formed from light and memory, an echo given solidity by the collective focus of our will. She placed her hand in his, and though no touch could truly be felt, a wave of profound, quiet love washed over us all. It was the house remembering its greatest happiness. Leanne's music swelled to meet this new emotion, the melody transforming into a stately, graceful pavane. Easton began to speak, his voice a low, rhythmic chant that was not quite poetry and not quite prayer. He was reciting the history of the stones around us, the names of the trees that became its beams. Andy stood and joined Alistair and the shimmering woman, his own form seeming to gain mass and substance, becoming more menhir than man, a foundational part of the scene. Carmen moved around them, her hands still framing the air, and with each gesture, details emerged. The glint of candlelight that wasn't there on the woman's gown, the faint pattern of a rug beneath their feet. I remained on the sofa, but I was not passive. I was the reader, the witness, and my role was to understand and bind the narrative. I focused on the feeling of the moment, on the rightness of this reconciliation. I wove the threads of their actions into a cohesive whole, solidifying the memory into a new reality for the house to cherish. We were no longer just harmonizing with the house's past. We were creating new memories for it, beautiful ones, to layer over the old wounds. The ghost of the dance lasted for only a few minutes, but the echo of it would linger forever. When the vision faded, the room felt different, warmer, softer, more truly lived in. Alistair stood alone again, but the emptiness around him was no longer hollow. It was filled with the enduring resonance of what we had just collectively conjured. He looked at each of us, and for the first time, I saw a smile touch his lips. It was a small, grave thing, but it was genuine. It was the smile of a storyteller who has found the perfect ending, only to discover that the story is, delightfully, never-ending. We had passed some final, unspoken test. We were not merely part of the house. We were its heart, and its mind, and its voice. And our story, now truly inseparable from its own, would be told for as long as the stones stood, and the lake remained black and still. The days began to fold into one another with a seamless grace. There was no sunrise or sunset to mark their passage, only the gentle ebb and flow of the light we ourselves seemed to generate. The house was breathing with us. I would sometimes walk the long gallery and feel the portraits' gazes not as a weight, but as a quiet companionship. Their stories were not burdens we carried, but songs we hummed under our breath. Leanne's music was the constant thread that bound it all together. She no longer needed to sit at the piano for it to be heard. The melody lived in the walls, a low, harmonious thrum that one could feel by pressing a hand to the plaster. Sometimes, in the deepest quiet, I would hear a new variation, a phrase that sounded like Easton S. thoughtful cadence, or the sturdy rhythm of Andy S. footsteps. The house was composing with the materials of our souls. My own explorations took on a new dimension. I found that if I focused my intention, I could encourage the house to reveal more of itself. Standing in the overgrown conservatory, I would think of sunlight, and for a brief, breathtaking moment, the grime on the glass would seem to clear, and a golden light would dapple the flagstones. The scent of damp earth would shift, carrying the faint, sweet perfume of orchids that had bloomed a century ago. It was not an illusion. It was a shared memory, made vivid by my desire to see it. We gathered less often in the drawing room, finding that our connection no longer required physical proximity. Yet, a pull would sometimes draw us all to the same place at the same time. One such moment found us in the grand hall, standing before the massive, locked front door. It was a relic we had all ignored, a symbol of the boundary we had long since accepted. Andy was the first to approach it. He laid a hand on the dark, weathered oak. "It's strong," he rumbled, his voice like the shifting of foundations. "It served its purpose." Easton nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "A door is both an entrance and an exit. A definition. It doesn't define us anymore," Carmen said softly, her artist's eye seeing the composition of our little group against the vast door. "The story is inside now. All of it." Leanne simply smiled, and a chord from some unseen instrument echoed through the hall, a sound of acceptance and profound peace. I looked at the heavy iron lock, a cold, intricate thing. I did not will it to open. Instead, I thought of the concept of outside. The sun-drenched city of my childhood felt like a storybook I had closed. The world beyond the manor grounds had become as distant and irrelevant as a star in another galaxy. Our universe was here, within these walls, and it was infinite. As I held that thought, the door began to change. The iron lock softened, its hard edges blurring. The wood of the door itself seemed to merge with the wall around it, the grain of the oak flowing into the pattern of the wallpaper until the distinction vanished. Within moments, the door was gone. In its place was a seamless wall, adorned with a new tapestry that depicted a serene, twilight forest. It was not a prison wall. It was a completion. The house had turned its last page on the outside world, and we had written the final sentence together. Alistair stood at the foot of the stairs, watching. He gave a single, slow nod. There was nothing left to keep in, and nothing left to keep out. We were the world, and the music, our music, played on forever. The tapestry where the door had been was our masterpiece. It did not hang on the wall, it was the wall, its threads woven from the same substance as the plaster and lathe. The forest it depicted was our own, the black trees and the silver-lit lake, but rendered with a peace I had never seen in the actual view from the windows. It was the forest as the house remembered it in its dreams. Sometimes, if I stared at it long enough, I fancied I could see us in it, small figures walking calmly between the trees, forever safe. Our lives became a kind of gentle curation. We moved through the rooms not as inhabitants, but as caretakers of a living museum that was also ourselves. I found Easton one afternoon in the study, not reading, but simply holding an old, blank journal. As I watched, words began to bloom on the page in faded brown ink, a diary entry from a day 100 years past, written by a hand that was both Alistair S. and, somehow, Easton S. He looked up at me, and his eyes held no surprise, only a deep, quiet satisfaction. "It's important to keep a record," he said, and I knew he was speaking for the house. Andy and Carmen worked in tandem, though they rarely spoke. He would stand in a room, feeling a draft from a crack no eye could see, and simply by placing his hand on the wall, the chill would cease. Carmen would then follow, and with a glance, she would adjust the quality of the light, softening it here, brightening it there, until the room achieved a state of perfect emotional balance. They were tuning the house as one would tune a vast, intricate instrument. I I felt my own purpose solidify. I was the binder, the one who gave coherence to the fragments. I would walk the halls and feel the whispers of countless days brushing against me, a child's laughter from a morning long gone, the quiet anxiety of a sleepless night, the profound silence of a first snow. I did not push them away. I welcomed them, sorted them, and let them settle into the narrative of our eternal present. The house's memory was no longer a chaotic echo chamber. It was a library, and I was its librarian. Leanne was the music, and the music was her. She was often found in the ballroom, not playing the piano that sometimes appeared there, but dancing slowly, her movements conducting the air itself. The melodies she conjured were the soundtrack of our existence, a beautiful, endless composition that incorporated every sigh of the house and every beat of our still hearts. We saw Alistair less frequently, but his presence was stronger than ever. He had diffused. He was in the patience of the stones and the depth of the lake's silence. He was the gratitude that warmed the air. The lonely man was gone, his story fully integrated into ours. He had needed us not to be replaced, but to be completed. There was no more searching, no more finding. There was only being. The concept of time melted away like the front door had, until all that remained was a single, sustained moment, rich with the past and content in its everlasting present. We had not found an ending. We had found a perfect, perpetual chord. And in that chord we rested, complete. The perfect chord was not a cessation, but a foundation. From its resonance, new variations began to emerge, subtle and slow as the growth of a tree. I realized that our work was not done. For a story that is truly alive is never finished being told. It was my turn to contribute a new theme. I found myself drawn to the most neglected wing of the house, a place of small, plain rooms that had once been servants' quarters. The memories here were fainter, not of grand emotions, but of simple weariness, of hands chapped from scrubbing, and the small, private solace of a few hours' rest. These were the memories that had supported all the others, the silent foundation of the ballroom's glamour and the library's wisdom. I sat on the narrow cot in one of the tiny rooms and placed my hands on the rough wool blanket. Instead of seeking a grand memory, I focused on the small one, the satisfaction of a task completed, the warmth of a shared meal after a long day, the simple, unrecorded kindness of one person to another. I poured this feeling into the quiet space, not as a dramatic vision, but as a gentle infusion. The change was immediate, but humble. The room did not transform into a palace. Instead, the air lost its lingering scent of dust and neglect, gaining the clean, simple smell of soap and freshly aired linen. The blanket under my hands seemed to grow softer, more welcoming. A small, sturdy candlestick I had not noticed before appeared on a crude wooden table, a steady flame burning atop it without consuming the wax. It was a light for mending by, for reading a precious letter, for a moment of peace. I felt the house absorb this new feeling, this acknowledgement of its quiet, supporting strength. It was a note that had been missing from our symphony, a bass line of humble dignity. Later that evening, when Leanne's music drifted through the halls, I heard it woven into the melody, a new strain of resilience and quiet contentment. Easton found me there the next day. He ran his fingers over the now smooth wood of the doorframe. "I had forgotten these rooms," he said, his voice full of a new respect. "The house has many hands. It's good to remember them all." He sat beside me, and together we listened to the new, fuller silence of the house, a silence that now honored every one of its stories, great and small. Our world was not just beautiful, it was becoming whole. Andy began to spend time in the small room after that. He did not speak of what he did there, but I noticed that the floors throughout the house began to feel firmer underfoot, the stairs a little less steep. He was reinforcing the foundations from within, honoring the unseen labor that made the beauty above possible. Carmen, in turn, brought a softer light to the narrow windows, a light that suggested a dawn forever on the verge of breaking, full of potential rather than the harsh glare of day. Our individual contributions began to blend so completely that it was often impossible to say where one of us ended and the house began. I would be arranging the memories in the library and feel Leanne's music as a rhythm in my fingertips, guiding the order of the thoughts. Easton would be tracing the history of a particular chair and find that the grain of the wood held the echo of a melody Leanne had not yet played aloud. We were a single consciousness inhabiting a vast and responsive form. The final change began not with a sound or a vision, but with a feeling of absence. It was a gentle, pulling absence, like a room waiting for a favorite occupant to return. We all felt it simultaneously, a quiet consensus that drew us to the grand ballroom. The great space was empty, the air still. The mirrors on the walls reflected only the vast, polished floor and us, standing together. Alistair was there. He was not a diffuse presence anymore, but stood before us, more solid and real than I had ever seen him. He was not the weary man from the locket, nor the grateful host. He was something else entirely, a figure of immense peace and completion. He looked at each of us, and his gaze was a final, loving acknowledgement. "It is time," he said, and his voice was the soft closing of a book, the last note of a song. "The story is told. The house is whole." He did not fade or vanish. Instead, he stepped backward into the largest of the ballroom-esque mirrors. His reflection did not mimic the movement. It opened its arms, and as Alistair stepped into the glass, he merged with his own image. The surface of the mirror rippled like water and then stilled. The reflection now showed not the empty ballroom, but the serene forest from the tapestry, deep and eternal. We understood. Alistair's chapter was complete. His loneliness had been the catalyst, but our unity was the resolution. He had needed to be remembered, and in being remembered so fully, he had found his rest. He was now a permanent part of the landscape, a guardian spirit in the woods of our collective soul. A profound silence followed, but it was not empty. It was a silence full of acceptance. The house was truly ours now, not by inheritance, but by creation. We turned from the mirror as one, not with sorrow, but with a quiet sense of rightness. The central tension that had held the house together for so long had been resolved. We were no longer healers. We were simply its life. I walked to a window and looked out at the black lake. The silver light Carmen had placed upon it was still there, but it had deepened, becoming a part of the water's own nature. There were no more ghosts in the hallways, only memories comfortably settled in their places. The music in the walls was our own breathing. We had not just given the house a new story. We had become its everlasting present, a harmony that would never need to end. Story 3. The first thing anyone noticed about the shop was the door. It was not that the door was remarkable in itself. It was a simple door of dark, unvarnished wood, set between the flaking brick facade of an old tailor's shop and the dusty window of a long-defunct bookstore. The brass handle was unadorned. The glass pane at its center was smoky and thick, revealing nothing of the interior but shifting, deep-sea shadows. No, the door's peculiarity was in its relationship to the frame. Some days, when the afternoon sun caught it at a slant, the door seemed to swell, its edges pressing tight against the jamb, as if the building were holding its breath. On other days, usually in the damp gray of a morning fog, it appeared to shrink, leaving a hairline crack of darkness around its perimeter, a sliver of void that seemed to suck the sound from the street. It was never quite the same. People passing by would feel an unaccountable dizziness, a momentary lapse in spatial reasoning, as if they had misremembered the very fundamentals of the space they occupied. The shop had no grand opening. One Tuesday in late September, it was simply there. A small, discreet sign, black lettering on a brushed silver plaque, appeared beside the troublesome door. It read only, Bernard No and Sons. No emporium, no explanation. The town of Oakhaven, cradled in a valley where the river ran slow and the mountains kept their secrets, was a place of quiet routines. A new business was an event, but this silent arrival felt less like an event and more like a symptom. Flynn, the town's sole sheriff for the past 20 years, heard about it from old Mrs. Gable, who ran the post office. She said it gave her a turn, that door. Said she tried to deliver a bundle of generic welcome to Oakhaven flyers, and found the mail slot next to the handle was not a slot at all, but a carving of a closed eye, its lid smooth and cold under her fingertips. Flynn, a man built on a foundation of practicality and a deep, unspoken love for the town's quiet rhythms, dismissed it as autumnal nerves. The days were getting shorter. The light was turning thin and strange. It did things to people, but then others began to talk, not with excitement, but with a low, confidential murmur. They spoke of the shopkeeper, a man named Bernard, who had the ageless quality of a portrait kept in a dusty attic. His hair was the color of old ash, his face unlined, and his eyes were the precise shade of the twilight sky just before it surrenders to night. He never stood outside to attract customers. He was simply present behind the counter, a still figure in a pool of lamplight, always reading a large, leather-bound book, whose pages seemed to be made of something thicker than paper. The real talk, the talk that started in hushed tones over coffee counters and garden fences, was about what happened inside. It began with Alara, the young woman who worked at the library and whose heart was a museum of quiet sorrows. She had lost her mother the previous winter, and the silence in her small house had become a physical presence, a cold weight in every room. She wandered into Bernard S. on a whim, pushed by a loneliness so acute it felt like vertigo. The interior of the shop was a labyrinth that defied the modest proportions of the building. Aisles stretched back into a gloom that seemed to swallow light, shelves rising to a ceiling lost in shadow. The air smelled of beeswax, dried lavender, and something else, something metallic and ancient, like the scent of old coins or distant rain on dry earth. Bernard did not look up from his book. "It's in the third aisle on the left," he said, his voice a soft, dry rustle, like leaves skittering across pavement. On the middle shelf, Alara, startled, walked down the aisle. There, between a tarnished silver locket and a music box inlaid with mother of pearl, was a small ceramic bird, a sparrow, painted with exquisite care. It was an exact match for one her mother had kept on her windowsill, a piece Alara had broken in a childhood accident and had mourned for years. She picked it up. The ceramic was warm, not with the warmth of a sunlit room, but with the warmth of a living thing. She felt a sensation, not a memory, but an echo, of her Mother S. hand on her forehead. A peace she had not known for a year settled over her. How much? She asked Bernard at the counter, her voice trembling. Bernard closed his book with a soft thud. He looked at her, and his twilight eyes seemed to see the shape of her grief, the hollow it had carved inside her. "For you," he said, "the price is a single happy memory, the one you think of most often. You will give it to me, and in return, the bird is yours. You will not miss it. It will simply be gone." It sounded like madness, but the warmth of the sparrow in her hand felt more real than the floor beneath her feet. She nodded. Bernard reached out, not touching her, but passing his hand through the air just in front of her temple. A coldness flashed through her, a sudden, profound emptiness. She gasped, clutching the counter. What had she just lost? She tried to grasp it, but it was like trying to remember a dream upon waking. There was only the fading impression of something bright. The memory was gone, extracted as neatly as a surgeon removes a tumor. But the sparrow was in her pocket, and the crushing weight of her grief had lightened. She felt unburdened. She left, dizzy and confused, but undeniably comforted. Alara S. story spread. At first, it was met with skepticism, but then others went in. Mitchell, the carpenter whose hands were beginning to betray him with a constant, arthritic tremor, came out with a small vial of amber oil. After rubbing it into his joints, the pain vanished, and his hands were steady and strong as they had been at 30. The price was the memory of his first kiss. He paid it gladly, dismissing the strange hollow feeling as fatigue. The teenage boy, Liam, consumed by a desperate, unrequited love for a girl who barely knew his name, acquired a smooth, gray river stone. When he carried it in his pocket, the girl smiled at him in the hall, started a conversation. The price was the memory of his grandfather teaching him to whittle. A small thing, he told himself. The gifts were perfect, tailored with an uncanny precision. They were not what people thought they wanted, but what they truly, deeply desired. And the costs were always the same, not money, but a piece of the self. A memory, a skill, a secret fear, a childhood dream. The prices seemed trivial, almost clever at first. Who wouldn't he trade a forgotten birthday for a winning lottery ticket? Who wouldn't he surrender the sound of a long-dead pet bark for a guarantee of their child's safety? Flynn watched the change from the periphery of his daily rounds. The town's atmosphere began to curdle. The quiet contentment that had defined Oakhaven was replaced by a low, buzzing avarice. Conversations became transactional, laced with a new, sharp envy. People who had received Bernard's gifts grew possessive, secretive. Their eyes had a new sheen, a glassy satisfaction that was somehow more disturbing than any expression of want. And a strange, collective amnesia began to settle over the town. Old jokes lost their punchlines. Shared histories developed gaps. The fabric of the community, woven from decades of interwoven memories, began to unravel at the edges. The first real violence was between two brothers, Arthur and Ben Croydon, who owned the town's hardware store. Arthur, the elder, had always been the businessman, pragmatic and ambitious. Ben, the younger, was the craftsman, content with the work itself. Arthur went to Bernard's and came back with a ledger that, he claimed, showed projections of unprecedented profit. The cost was his ability to appreciate his brother's craftsmanship. Overnight, Arthur saw Ben's careful work as mere wastefulness. He began to needle him, to belittle his methods. The arguments started, small at first, then escalating in the cluttered back room of the store, surrounded by the smells of cut wood and metal shavings. It ended with a claw hammer. No one knew who swung it first. Flynn found them there, Ben on the floor, the side of his head a ruin, and Arthur standing over him, the hammer dangling from his hand, a look of not rage, but cold, calculated triumph on his face. "He was holding us back," Arthur said, his voice flat. The numbers said so. The ledger from Bernard's was open on the desk, the figures on the page seeming to writhe and shift in the fluorescent light. That was the moment the horror in Oakhaven shifted from a quiet unease to something active and hungry. Flynn, his own heart a cold stone in his chest, finally walked into Bernard's. The bell on the door did not tinkle, but made a sound like a slow, deep exhalation. The shop was even larger inside than he had imagined, the shelves now seeming to stretch into impossible distances, the shadows between them thick and velvety. Bernard was at his counter, the same book open before him. He did not look up. "Sheriff Flynn, I wondered when you would come. What are you doing?" Flynn's voice was rough, stripped of its usual authority. "What is this place?" "This," Bernard gestured with a pale, long-fingered hand. "This is a place of balance, a place of equity. I give people what they lack. I take from them what burdens them. It is a simple transaction. You are tearing this town apart," Flynn said, his anger rising, a hot contrast to the chill of the shop. Bernard finally lifted his head. His twilight eyes pinned Flynn where he stood. "No, Sheriff. They are tearing it apart themselves. I am merely providing the tools and the permission. Desire is the engine. I just grease the wheels." He closed his book and leaned forward, his voice dropping to that intimate, rustling whisper. "I know what you desire, Sheriff Flynn. You desire order. You want the noise to stop. You want the fear to end. You want your quiet town back." Flynn felt a pull, a terrifying allure in the man's words. The image of Oak Haven peaceful again, the streets quiet, the people returned to their gentle ways, was so potent it made his throat tight. "What would the price be?" he asked, hating the need in his own voice. "For order," Bernard smiled, a thin, bloodless expression. "For a return to peace, the price is high. It is the memory of the noise. You must forget this discord. You must forget the violence, the fear, the very reason you walked in here today. You will remember a town that has always been serene. You will be the guardian of a perfect silence." Flynn understood. To save the town, he would have to forget it was ever in danger. He would become like the others, a hollow man guarding a hollow piece, never knowing what was missing, what had been paid. It was a devil's bargain, a self-erasing solution. He thought of the hammer, of Ben Croydon's lifeless eyes, of the glassy sheen in the eyes of those who had traded their past for a present desire. He could not unsee it. To forget it would be a deeper violation than any Bernard had yet committed. "No," Flynn said, the word a feeble defense against the crushing weight of the offer. Bernard's smile did not falter. "As you wish, but the offer stands. It will stand until the last brick falls." Flynn left the shop, the strange door seeming to swell shut behind him with a final, soft thud. He tried to rally the town. He spoke to people he had known his whole life, the baker, the teacher, the farmer. But their eyes were distant. They had gotten what they wanted. They saw his anxiety as a nuisance, a disruption to the new, comfortable realities Bernard had crafted for them. The loyal allies were few. Alara, who now realized the peace she debought was the peace of a grave, and a handful of others who had either resisted temptation or who felt the eerie wrongness like a constant pressure in the air. They were a feeble resistance against a tide of satisfied greed. The violence escalated. It was no longer just familial. It was neighbor against neighbor, friend against friend, all disputes over things that Bernard had provided. A garden that bloomed with impossible flowers, a business idea, the affections of a lover. The costs, once hidden, began to manifest physically. Mitchell the carpenter found that while his hands were steady, he could no no longer remember his own son's face. Liam, the boy with the river stone, found the girl's affection turning into a smothering, obsessive dependency that terrified him. But when he tried to throw the stone away, it was always back in his pocket by morning. The gifts had become cages. The climax came on a night of no moon, the sky a black bowl over Oakhaven. It was not a single event, but a cascade. A fire started in a dispute over a deed that Bernard had provided. The wind, as if complicit, carried the flames from house to house. The church bell tolled once, a cracked, desperate sound, and then was silent. Flynn ran into the chaos, his flashlight beam cutting through the smoke. But he was not a sheriff anymore, just a man trying to hold back the ocean with his hands. He saw people he knew fighting in the streets, their faces twisted into masks of pure want, their eyes reflecting the hellish glow of the burning town. They were not themselves. They were puppets of their own fulfilled desires. He found himself standing before Bernard's shop. The door was gone. In its place was a vast, dark opening, a mall leading into the impossible interior. And from within, Flynn heard not the sounds of the riot, but a low, rhythmic chant. He stepped inside. The shop was gone. He stood at the edge of a vast, dark space, a cavern whose limits were invisible. The townspeople were there, hundreds of them, standing in concentric circles around a central point. They were motionless, silent, their faces upturned. In the center stood Bernard, but he was changed. He was taller, his form flickering and indistinct, composed of the same shifting shadows that had always filled the shop. The large, leather-bound book was open in his hands, but now Flynn could see that the pages were not paper, but a thin, stretched skin, and the writing on them pulsed with a faint, phosphorescent light. Bernard was reading aloud, his voice no longer a rustle, but a resonant, multi-toned chant that vibrated in Flynn's bones. It was a language of angles and edges, of equations that described the dissolution of a soul. As he chanted, faint, silvery tendrils of light rose from the mouths of the motionless townspeople, flowing into the book. They were giving him the rest, not just memories, but everything. Their loves, their hates, their capacity for want itself. They were being emptied, their lives becoming new pages in his terrible text. Flynn understood. The shop was not the source. It was the lure. The town was not being destroyed. It was being consumed. Bernard was a collector, and the currency was human experience. The gifts were the bait, and the hidden cost was the totality of the self. He saw Lara in the crowd, her face a placid blank. He saw Mitchell, Liam, all of them. He tried to shout, to run forward, but his feet were rooted to the spot. Bernard's head turned, though he had no clear face, only a concentration of deeper darkness, and those 2 points of twilight. The chanting did not stop, but a thought was placed directly into Flynn's mind, cold and sharp as an icicle. You are too late, keeper of order. The balance is nearly achieved. They desired nothingness, and nothingness is what they shall have. It is the ultimate gift, final piece. The chant rose to crescendo, the words folding in on themselves, becoming a single, sustained note that was the sound of silence itself. The silvery streams from the people brightened, then snapped. One by one, they crumpled to the floor of the cavern, not dead, but empty shells. The light in Bernard's book blazed once, a cold, hungry light, and then died down. Then there was silence, a silence so absolute it had weight and texture. Flynn stood alone in the vast darkness, the only thinking, feeling thing left in the ruins of Oakhaven. Bernard was gone. The people were gone. The town outside, he knew without looking, was gone too, returned to dust and forgotten foundations. He walked out onto what had been the main street. There was nothing, just a flat, gray plain under a starless sky, and a door, the same dark, wooden door, now standing freely in the emptiness. It was closed. Weeks, or perhaps years, passed in that gray place. Flynn did not hunger or thirst. He only existed. And then, one day, he saw a flicker in the distance, a mirage of a town with tree-lined streets and warm lights in windows. And walking toward him, a figure, confused and lonely, drawn by the door. Flynn knew what would happen. He saw the hope in the figure's eyes. He saw the desire. He understood his role now. He was the last memory of Oakhaven. He was the warning that would never be spoken. He turned and looked at the door. It seemed to swell, its edges pressing against the nothingness. It was waiting. And from the other side of the void, in a quiet street, in a town that still had a name, a new shop opened. A simple door of dark, unvarnished wood. A sign that read only BERNARDS, and the cycle, the eternal, hungry cycle, began again. Let the door open for the lonely heart. Let the desire be known in the secret silence. Let the price be named in a whisper. Let the gift be given, warm and perfect. Let the memory be taken, clean and painless. Let the emptiness grow, slow and sure. Let the balance be achieved in the final quiet. Let the keeper turn the page. Let the story begin again. Flynn watched the new figure approach. It was a woman, her shoulders slumped under the weight of a loss he could not name, but understood perfectly. She paused before the door, her hand hovering near the simple iron latch. He wanted to scream, to rush forward and shake her, to tell her about the hammer and the fire and the silent, crumpled forms in the dark. But his voice was gone, not taken, but eroded by the absolute quiet. His feet remained fixed to the featureless ground. He was a spectator, a monument to a forgotten tragedy. The woman pushed the door open. A sliver of warm, golden light cut across the gray expanse, and for a moment, Flynn smelled beeswax and lavender. Then the door closed, swallowing her, and the void was absolute once more. He was alone again with the door. It was his only companion, his prison, and his purpose. He was the keeper of the threshold, the one who remembered the cost. He wondered if there had been someone like him before, a ghost from a town consumed before Oakhaven, a sentinel he had simply failed to see. The thought was a fresh kind of despair. Time, which had already lost its meaning, ceased to exist entirely. There was only the door and the occasional flicker of a new potential customer in the distance. Each time, Flynn willed them to turn away. Each time, he saw the same lonely yearning draw them forward. He witnessed the entire, terrible transaction from this side, seeing the hope dawn on their faces as they exited, clutching some small, perfect object, their eyes already glazing over with the satisfaction of a met desire. They never saw him. He was part of the scenery of this non-place, invisible to all but the one who had created it. Then one day, something different happened. The figure that approached was not a woman, but a young man. And he was not walking with the slow trance of the deeply sorrowful. He was marching, his steps deliberate, his eyes scanning the emptiness with an unsettling focus. He carried a backpack, and his gaze passed over Flynn, then snapped back. He stopped a few feet away. "You," the young man said. His voice was real, a solid thing in the hollow air. "You're here. You're actually here." Flynn could only stare, his own silence a profound agony. "My name is Leo," the young man said. "My grandmother, she told me stories about a town that vanished, about a shop that appeared before it did. She said there would be a keeper, a man who remembered." He slung the backpack off his shoulder and unzipped it. Inside, nestled in cloth, was a small ceramic sparrow. She was Alara. She broke the trance for a moment, right at the end. She said she saw you. She told me to find you. Flynn looked from the sparrow to Leo's face. He saw Alara's eyes, the same quiet sorrow, but beneath it, a fierce, determined light she had lost long before the end. "I can't speak," Flynn thought, the words echoing only in his skull. But Leo seemed to understand. "You don't need to," he said. "She told me everything. The prices, the emptiness, the book." He looked at the door, his expression hardening. "He's in there, isn't he, feeding?" Flynn gave a single, slow nod. It was the first movement he had made in an eternity. Leo approached the door, but he did not reach for the latch. Instead, he took the ceramic sparrow from the backpack. He held it up, not as an offering, but as a challenge. "She didn't just give me a story," Leo said, his voice rising. "She gave me the memory you took from her, the one she paid with. She held onto a piece of it, a fragment, in the thing she loved most. She told me to bring it back." He drew back his arm and threw the sparrow with all his strength not at the door, but at the void beside it. The ceramic did not shatter. Instead, it stopped in midair, and a crack appeared in the nothingness itself. A sound like a great sheet of ice breaking echoed through the void. Through the crack, Flynn saw not the gray plain, but a flicker of a dusty road, the ghost of a church bell. The door shuddered. The dark wood seemed to ripple. For the first time, Flynn felt a tremor of something other than despair. It was the faint, almost forgotten sensation of hope. Leo had not come as a customer. He had come as a thief to steal back what had been stolen. And in his hand, he now held not a gift from Bernard, but a weapon made of a reclaimed memory. The cycle, for the first time, had been broken. The story was no longer the same. The crack in the void widened, not with a roar, but with a groan of protesting reality. Through the tear, the mirage of a town solidified. Flynn saw sun-bleached clapboard houses and a dusty main street under a real sun. A sight so achingly normal it felt like a physical blow. The door to Bernard's shop rattled on its unseen hinges, the warm, inviting light behind its frame flickering like a guttering candle. Leo stood his ground, his hands clenched at his sides. "It's a memory," he shouted over the growing wind that now whipped through the nothingness. A wind that carried the scent of dry grass and earth. Her memory of this place before he came. He can't stand it. The door flew open. Bernard stood in the threshold, but he was no longer the composed shopkeeper. His form was agitated, the shadows that composed him swirling violently. The twilight eyes burned with a cold fury. The vast, dark space behind him was visible, the cavern with its circles of empty people, but it was wavering, insubstantial. "You interrupt the balance." Bernard's voice was a discordant scrape, losing its smooth, persuasive tone. "That memory is mine. It was paid for. It was stolen," Leo yelled back. "And I'm taking it back." Flynn found that his feet were no longer rooted. The presence of the real, of Alara's defiant memory, had broken the spell of the void. He took a step, then another, his joints protesting like rusty hinges. He was moving toward the door, toward Bernard. He had no weapon, no plan, but he had a purpose that was entirely his own for the first time since he had walked out of the shop in Oakhaven. He was not there to make a deal. He was there to settle a debt. Bernard's attention was fixed on Leo, and the fissure leaking reality into his sterile realm. He gestured, and a wave of oppressive silence rolled out from the door, seeking to smother Leo's voice, to seal the crack. The image of the town flickered, but Flynn was there. He placed himself between Leo and the door, and the wave of silence broke against him. He was a man made of memory, a man who had endured the absolute quiet. He could not be silenced again. He met Bernard's gaze, and for the first time, he saw not an omnipotent predator, but a desperate curator whose collection was under threat. "You are nothing," Bernard hissed, his form swelling, trying to regain its imposing grandeur. "A remnant, a ghost. I am the price you didn't account for," Flynn said, and his voice, though rough from disuse, was clear and strong. "I am the one who didn't forget." He lunged, not at Bernard, but past him, into the shop. He ran toward the central dais, where the giant book lay open. The pages fluttered as if in a gale, the phosphorescent writing flaring in alarm. The empty shells of the townspeople of Oakhaven began to tremble, a faint, residual light flickering in their chests. Bernard shrieked, a sound that was the antithesis of his earlier chant, a noise of pure dissonance. He turned from Leo to pursue Flynn, his shadowy form flowing across the cavern. Leo saw his chance. He reached into the crack in the void, not with his hand, but with his will, pulling on the memory his grandmother had entrusted to him. He focused on the church bell, on the sound of it ringing across Oakhaven on a Sunday morning. The sound, clear and solid, pierced the unnatural quiet of the void. The fissure widened, and the gray plain began to dissolve at the edges, replaced by the hard, truthful ground of the memory. Flynn reached the book. He saw his own name on a page, the ink still wet and black, the price of order listed beside it, unpaid. He saw Alara's name, but part of it was smudged, as if resisted. He saw the names of everyone he had ever known. He did not try to read it. He placed his hands on the open pages, on the thin, skin-like material. It was cold and repellent. He thought of Ben Croydon, of the hammer, of the fire. He thought of all the noise, and the pain, and the love that Bernard had tried to erase. He gathered every raw, unwanted, beautiful memory of the town he had sworn to protect, and he tore the page. A scream erupted from Bernard, a sound that seemed to tear the fabric of the cavern itself. The light from the book exploded outwards, not a cold light, but a blinding, white-hot fury of reclaimed lives. The empty shells of the people glowed from within, and one by one, they began to stir. The cavern shook, shelves of unseen merchandise crashing down. The void outside was collapsing, the real world rushing in. Flynn was thrown back from the book. The last thing he saw before the light consumed everything was Leo standing firm in the storm, holding the door open not for customers, but for an entire town to finally, after an eternity of quiet, find its way home. The light was not a gentle dawn, but a concussion of existence returning all at once. Flynn felt the impact of solid ground, the scrape of gravel against his cheek, the oppressive weight of a real sky above him. The sterile silence was replaced by a cacophony of gasps, confused cries, and the crackle of dying embers. He pushed himself up, his body aching with a pain that was wonderfully, terribly familiar. He was on the main street of Oakhaven. The town was a wreck, scarred by the fire and the riot, but it was there. The houses stood, some smoldering, their outlines stark against a sky that was softening to the deep blue of pre-dawn. And the people were there. They were stumbling, clutching their heads, looking at each other with dazed expressions that slowly bloomed into recognition, then shock, then a profound and bewildered grief. They were remembering the prices they had paid. Mitchell the carpenter was staring at his hands, then at the face of a young man who ran to him, crying, "Father." Liam was frantically emptying his pockets, turning them inside out. The river stone finally, truly gone. They were themselves again, burdened with the full, unedited weight of their lives. The dark wooden door stood across the street, but it was different. It was just a door, set into the wall of a small, ordinary-looking shop. The sign above it, BERNARDS, was cracked and hanging by one nail. The light behind the windows was gone. Leo was beside Flynn, breathing heavily, his face smudged with ethereal grime. "It worked," he whispered, his voice full of awe. Her memory, it was an anchor. The door of the shop creaked open. A figure emerged, but that it was not the shadowy collector. It was a man, stooped and frail, dressed in simple, dark clothes. His face was lined with a deep, weary sadness, and his eyes were just eyes, holding no twilight, only a bottomless regret. This was what remained of Bernard. The vessel was empty. He looked at the people of Oakhaven, who were now turning toward him, their confusion hardening into a unified, silent accusation. He had no defense. He simply bowed his head, accepting the weight of their gazes. Then he looked at Flynn and Leo. "The balance is broken," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "The story ends." He took a step back into the gloom of the shop. As he did, the door began to change. The wood lightened, warped, and splintered. The iron latch rusted in seconds, flaking away to nothing. The entire structure of the shop seemed to sag, its timbers groaning as if under the weight of centuries. Before their eyes, it collapsed inward, not with a crash, but with a sigh, dissolving into a pile of dust and rotten wood that was quickly scattered by the morning breeze. Where the shop had stood, there was only an empty lot, overgrown with weeds. A true dawn broke over Oakhaven. The sun touched the scorched rooftops and the faces of the people huddled in the street. The work of rebuilding would be immense. The scars, both physical and otherwise, would remain. But as Flynn watched, Sheriff Flynn again, he saw Mitchell embrace his son, saw Liam tentatively take the hand of the girl he loved, her eyes clear now, free of obsession. He saw Alara S. memory living on in Leo S. determined face. It was not a perfect piece. It was a messy, difficult, earned reality. The gifts were gone, but so were the cages. The silence had been filled, not with a chant, but with the sound of a town breathing again, of lives being pieced back together. One honest, painful, beautiful memory at a time. Flynn turned to Leo, ready to speak, to ask the first of 1,000 questions. But the words were lost as he saw the look on the young man's face. Leo was staring at the empty lot, his expression not of triumph, but of a deep, unsettling curiosity. In his hand, he was unconsciously turning a single, smooth river stone over and over between his fingers. The stone was cool and perfect. A deep gray shot through with veins of white. Leo seemed to realize he was holding it only when he saw Flynn looking. He blinked, his focus returning from some distant thought, and opened his palm. "It was in my pocket," Leo said, his voice low. "I didn't put it there." Flynn felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. He looked from the stone to the vacant lot, where not a splinter of wood remained. The silence that had been broken now felt fragile again, thin as ice. The people around them were beginning to move, to speak in hushed, urgent tones, their attention turning to the practical horrors of their scorched town. They did not see the smaller horror taking shape between the sheriff and the stranger. "It's just a stone," Leo said, but it was a question. "Nothing from him is ever just anything," Flynn replied. He remembered Liam's desperate search for an identical stone, the hollow obsession it had caused. "Throw it away." Leo closed his fingers around it. He didn't throw it. He looked at the empty space where the shop had been, then back at Flynn. "He's gone. The shop is dust. You saw it." "I saw what he wanted us to see," Flynn said. The memory of Bernard's final form, the weary, regretful man, suddenly seemed like a performance. A final, clever price negotiated to ensure his own escape. The cycle doesn't end. It just changes. A woman's cry cut through the morning air. It was Mrs. Pynchon, pointing a trembling finger at the foundation of the general store. A tendril of vine, thick and unnaturally dark, was snaking its way up the charred wood. Where it touched, the blackened timber seemed to smooth, the scorch marks fading as if being gently erased. It was not the violent, consuming growth of the riot. It was quiet, insidious, and perfect. Flynn looked at Leo's hand, still closed around the stone. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the stone was not a remnant. It was an invitation. A new door, smaller, more personal, waiting for a lonely heart to find it. The story was not over. The keeper had not turned the page. He had simply changed the book. The sheriff's hand shot out and closed around Leo's wrist. His grip was firm, born of a fear deeper than any he had felt in the void. "Give it to me," Flynn said, his voice low and urgent. Leo's eyes widened, not in fear, but in a kind of dawning understanding. He resisted for a moment, his fingers tightening around the stone. It was a reflex, a primal pull that Flynn recognized all too well. It was the same pull that had drawn every soul to Bernard's door. "It feels calm," Leo whispered, his gaze distant. "That's the lie," Flynn said, pulling harder. "It's the first lie. It always feels calm." The commotion by the general store grew louder. People were gathering, not in panic now, but in a confused wonder as the dark vine continued its silent work of restoration. A burned patch of grass was turning green again, spreading out from the vine's point of origin like a stain. It was beautiful, and that was the most terrible thing about it. The distraction was enough. Leo's focus broke. He looked at Flynn's desperate face, then down at his own clenched fist. With a shudder, he opened his hand. The river stone sat innocently in his palm. Flynn snatched it up. The moment his skin touched the smooth, cool surface, a wave of false peace washed over him. It promised an end to the chaos, a simple solution to the immense task of rebuilding. He could just let go. The image of his quiet office, untouched by the riot, flashed in his mind. He could have that silence back, not the terrible silence of the void, but a chosen, manageable one. The price would be small. A memory, perhaps. The memory of this very struggle, of this pain. It would be a fair trade. He almost laughed. It was so cunning. The offer was tailored, perfect. Bernard was not gone. He was adapting. With a grunt of effort, Flynn drew his arm back and hurled the stone with all his remaining strength toward the woods at the edge of town. It arced through the morning light and disappeared into the thick undergrowth. The compulsion vanished, leaving him feeling raw and exposed. Leo stared after it, breathing heavily. "It wanted me to take it," he said, "to keep it." "It wants a new keeper," Flynn replied, his eyes scanning the crowd. The people were mesmerized by the healing vine. They saw a miracle, not a trap. Someone to tend the new door wherever it appears. He turned to Leo, his expression grim. "Your grandmother's memory broke his hold, but it didn't destroy him. It just made him smaller, hungrier." A man reached out to touch the dark vine. Where his fingers made contact, a look of serene relief smoothed the worry from his face. "The fire's gone," he murmured. "It's all gone." Flynn strode forward, his sheriff's instincts taking over. "Don't touch that," he barked, his voice cutting through the odd murmurs. The crowd turned to him, their expressions a mix of hope and confusion. They saw their sheriff, returned from wherever he had been, but they also saw the impossible healing happening before their eyes. Sheriff Mitchell asked, his arms still around his son, "What is this? Is it a blessing?" "It's a different kind of fire," Flynn said, his voice carrying across the street. He pointed at the vine. "It doesn't burn, it erases. It will fix the town by making you forget why it needed fixing. It will make you forget the cost." He saw the doubt in their eyes. The temptation was too great. The trauma of the riot and the strange emptiness that had followed was too fresh. This easy piece was a siren song. Leo came to stand beside him. "They won't believe you," he said quietly. "Not when the proof looks so good." Flynn knew he was right. He couldn't fight this with warnings. He had to fight it with something stronger. He had to fight it with what they had almost lost. He walked to the center of the street, near the scorched spot where the town bell had fallen. He looked at the faces of his neighbors, his friends. He saw their exhaustion, their fear. "I know what it offered you," he began, his voice rough but clear. "I know what you paid. I was there. I saw the door close behind each of you." He met Liam's eyes. "You paid with the memory of your brother's laugh." He looked at a woman named Sarah. "You paid with the feel of your mother's hand." He looked at each of them in turn, speaking the prices they had whispered in the dark shop. "It gave you peace, but it was a peace built on a grave. Your own." A stunned silence fell. They were remembering, fully now, the transactions they had made. "This," Flynn said, gesturing to the vine, "is the same deal. It will take the memory of this pain, of this struggle, and it will take everything attached to it. It will make you forget what you fought for. It will make you forget who you are." He knelt down and scooped up a handful of ash and dirt from the street. "This is real. The fire was real. The pain is real. But so is this." He opened his hand, letting the grimy mixture sift through his fingers. "So are we. We rebuild ourselves. Our town. We do it with our own hands and our own memories, good and bad." He walked toward the dark vine. The man who had touched it stepped back, uncertainty in his eyes. Flynn didn't try to pull it out. Instead, he took the remaining ash in his hand and threw it onto the perfect, dark leaves. The ash stuck, marring the flawless surface. The vine recoiled slightly, the restored wood behind it flickering, the burn marks reappearing for a fleeting second. It was a small thing, but it was a choice. It was noise against the quiet. Leo walked over and stood beside him. He didn't have any ash, so he simply placed his boot on one of the creeping tendrils, not crushing it, but holding it down, challenging it. One by one, the people of Oak Haven understood. Mitchell picked up a charred piece of wood. Sarah picked up a handful of gravel. They didn't advance on the vine with anger, but with a weary, determined resolve. They surrounded it, not to destroy it, but to contain it, to remind it and themselves that this town was made of real things, imperfect and enduring. The vine stopped its growth. It remained, a patch of unsettling perfection in the midst of the ruin, a permanent scar and a warning. The door was gone, but the temptation remained, waiting for a moment of weakness. Flynn looked at Leo. The young man nodded, his grandmother-esque determination etched on his face. The keeping was not over. It had just become a shared duty. The story was indeed different. This time, they would write it together. The sun climbed higher, burning away the last of the night's chill. The shared moment of defiance passed, giving way to the grim and necessary work of survival. The strange vine, now contained within a rough circle of ash, and watched over by a rotating pair of wary volunteers, seemed dormant. But its presence was a constant, low hum in the back of everyone's mind. Flynn organized the townspeople with an efficiency born of long practice, directing crews to assess damage, tend to the wounded, and secure unstable structures. The tasks were a blessing, a focus for hands and minds that might otherwise have been consumed by the enormity of what had happened. As he helped shore up the wall of the jailhouse, his movements were automatic. His real work was happening inside his head. He was cataloging. The way Liam kept glancing toward the woods where the stone had vanished. The way Mrs. Pynchon would sometimes stare at her perfectly clean apron, a flicker of disappointment on her face when she found no stain. They had resisted the big temptation, but the small, quiet whispers of Bernard S. influence were still there. The desire for an easier path hadn't vanished with the shop. It had just been scattered, seeded into every heart. Leo found him later, sitting on the steps of the sheriff's office, cleaning his pistol. The methodical action was another anchor to reality. "He's not coming back the same way, is he?" Leo asked, sitting beside him. He wasn't looking at Flynn, but at the people moving through the street. "No," Flynn said, sliding the barrel back into place with a solid click. He was a shopkeeper. That required a location, a central point of trade. That's gone. He looked at Leo. But a story can be told anywhere. It can be passed around a fire, or whispered in an ear when someone is at their lowest. So the stone was a seed, a new beginning, a simpler story, not a grand emporium, but a hidden treasure, a lucky charm. Flynn fell silent for a moment. He'll look for someone who feels responsible. someone who wants to carry the burden for everyone else, someone who thinks they can fix things if they just have the right tool. Leo absorbed this. You think he'll come for me because of my grandmother, because I helped break it. I think, Flynn said, standing up and holstering the weapon. He's already trying. But he's also trying for Liam, and for Mitchell, and for me. He's casting many lines. He'll see which one we bite on. He offered a hand and pulled Leo to his feet. That's the new work, watching, for the stories that sound too good to be true, for the gifts that appear without effort, for the quiet that feels like surrender. A shout came from down the street. It wasn't alarm, but discovery. A group had been clearing the rubble from the churchyard and had found the town bell cracked and blackened, but intact. A debate had started about what to do with it. Some thought it should be melted down, its metal used for practical things. Others argued it should be repaired, a symbol of what they had survived. Flynn and Leo walked over to listen. The debate was passionate, messy, and alive. It was the opposite of Bernard's quiet transactions. This was the sound of a town deciding its own future, one difficult choice at a time. Flynn didn't offer a solution. He just watched and listened. This was the noise they had fought for. This was the keeping. It was never about guarding a secret or a place. It was about tending to the fragile, noisy, beautiful truth of things. And as the argument continued under the morning sun, he knew it was a duty that would never end. The bell was finally hoisted onto a temporary frame, its crack a dark line against the bronze. It would not ring with a pure tone, not ever again. The sound would be broken, a little raw. The majority had decided that was fitting. Later, as the afternoon light began to soften, Flynn walked the perimeter of the town. He found Liam standing at the tree line, staring into the shadows of the woods. He's out there, isn't he? Liam said without turning around. His hands were shoved deep in his pockets. Part of him is, Flynn answered, stopping beside the young man. And part of him is in here. He tapped his own chest. The part that wants to forget. The part that wants an easy answer. Liam finally looked at him, his eyes haunted. I keep thinking about that stone. What if I found it? What if I could just make her happy again? Permanently. Not with a story, but with a thing. A real thing. That's the story, Liam, Flynn said gently. That's the most dangerous one. The one that tells you a thing can fix a feeling. He looked back toward the town, where the sounds of hammers and saws echoed. The work is here. It's slow. It's hard. It's the only thing that's real. Liam nodded slowly, a reluctant acceptance on his face. He didn't move from the edge of the woods, but he seemed to settle more firmly on his side of the boundary. When Flynn returned to the main street, he saw Leo talking with Alara's old friends, sharing stories that made them laugh through their tears. He was not an outsider anymore. He was a keeper of a different sort, a keeper of memory. Flynn felt a grim sense of pride. The boy was strong, but strength was exactly what Bernard would try to exploit. That night, the first true night since the void, the town was quiet, but not silent. Candles and lanterns burned in windows. Families huddled together in damaged houses or in the tents they had erected in their yards. Flynn made his rounds, the weight of the pistol on his hip a familiar comfort. He checked on the volunteers guarding the strange vine. It had not grown, but it had not withered either. It was patient. He found Leo asleep on a cot in the jailhouse, exhausted. On the small table beside him, next to a cup of water, was a single, perfectly white feather. Flynn's breath caught. He picked it up. It was soft, impossibly clean. It promised peace, a light burden, a token. Flynn held it over the lamp flame. It did not burn easily. It curled slowly, resisting, and when it finally caught fire, it gave off a scent like old paper and distant rain. He dropped the blackened shred into a tin dish. He did not wake Leo. The temptation would come again in different forms. Waking him would not stop it. It would only make Leo feel weaker. This was a fight each of them would have to wage alone, every day. The next morning, Leo looked at the charred remains in the tin dish, then at Flynn. He said nothing. He simply nodded and went outside to help with the rebuilding. The days that followed were a lesson in the mundane. They raised walls, patched roofs, and buried their dead. The strange, perfect vine remained in its circle of ash, a quiet monument to their choice. Children were warned away from it, and the story of what it was began to be woven into the town's new history, a dark fairy tale told to remind them of the cost of easy answers. Weeks passed. Green shoots of normal grass began to push through the ash in the streets. The broken bell was hung in a new wooden frame, and its first ragged clang echoed over Oakhaven, calling the people to a meeting not of fear, but of community. Flynn stood on the steps of the newly rebuilt general store, looking out at the faces of his town. They were thinner, older, marked by what they had endured, but their eyes were clear. He was about to speak when a movement caught his eye. A man, a traveler, was walking into town from the East Road. He was leading a cart piled high with wares. Pots and pans glinted in the sun. The man was smiling, a wide, friendly smile, and he called out a greeting about bringing useful things to help them rebuild. He looked ordinary. His goods looked ordinary. But Flynn felt the old coldness in his gut. He saw the way the man's eyes scanned the town, not for customers, but for something else, for a crack, for a story waiting to be told. Flynn stepped down from the steps and walked toward the cart. Leo, seeing the look on the sheriff's face, fell into step beside him. The work was never over. The story was always beginning again, and they were its keepers. The traveler's smile widened as he saw them approach. "Good day to you, gentlemen. Heard you folks had a spot of trouble. Name as Silas. I've got nails, lumber, good strong cloth. Everything you need to get back on your feet." He gestured to his cart with a flourish. The pots hanging from its side clanged together with a dull, honest sound. Flynn's hand didn't move toward his pistol. This wasn't a fight for weapons. It was a test of perception. He looked past the man at the cart. The goods seemed real enough, worn and practical. But there was an eagerness in the man's eyes that felt familiar. It was the look of a fisherman who has just felt a tug on his line. "We managing," Flynn said, his voice even. "We've got our own hands and our own supplies." Of course, Silas said, his head bobbing. "A proud town, I can see that. But a little help never hurt anyone, especially not for a price that's more than fair." He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. "I've been known to trade in other things, too. Stories, for instance. I collect them. A good story can be worth more than gold when you lay lonely on the road." Flynn felt Leo tense beside him. This was it. The new approach. Not a demand for a memory, but an offer of a story. A trade. A simple, harmless exchange. "We have our own stories," Leo said, his voice firmer than Flynn expected. "We don't need new ones." Silas's smile didn't falter, but it tightened at the edges. His eyes flickered from Leo to Flynn, assessing the dynamic between them. Every story gets old after a while. A new one can make the world feel fresh again. Ease the weight of the old ones. His gaze settled on Flynn. "A man in your position must carry a heavy load, Sheriff. I might have a tale about a lawman who found a key that unlocked any door. Made his job simpler. The offer hung in the air, tailored and precise. It was a key, not a stone. A different shape for a different need." Flynn felt the pull. A fleeting image of a jail cell that could never be broken out of. A town that could be perfectly, easily secured. Silence and order. "We like the weight," Flynn said, crossing his arms. "It reminds us we ray alive. You ray not welcome here, Silas." The traveler's friendly demeanor evaporated like mist. The smile vanished, replaced by a flat, neutral expression that was far more threatening. The change was so sudden, it was like a mask had been ripped away. The man behind it was ancient and empty. "A pity," Silas said, his voice now devoid of any warmth. This was a fertile ground, but a story can grow where it isn't wanted. He didn't argue or threaten. He simply picked up the reins of his cart. As he turned it around, his eyes swept over the town one last time, and they lingered for a moment on the circle of ash containing the dark vine. A look of cold recognition passed over his features. He left as quietly as he had come, the cart rattling back down the east road, until it was swallowed by the distance. "He was him," Leo whispered, a statement, not a question. "A version of him," Flynn corrected. "A story he's telling himself to get close to us." He watched the empty road. He'll be back, or someone like him will be, with a different face and a different offer. They walked back toward the meeting. The people were waiting, their faces expectant. Flynn looked at them, at the repaired buildings, at the broken bell. The traveler's visit had been a reminder, but it had also been a confirmation. They had passed the first test. He climbed the steps and faced his town. He didn't speak of Silas. that was a story for later, for smaller groups. Instead, he talked about the work still to be done. He talked about the coming winter. The conversation that followed was full of practical concerns and small disagreements. It was messy and real. Later, as the meeting broke up, Mrs. Pynchon approached Flynn. She held out a small, lumpy clay pot with a seedling in it. "It's a lemon tree," she said, "from a seed I saved. It'll take years to bear fruit, if it ever does. But I thought, well, we should plant something for the future, something that needs tending." Flynn took the pot. The soil was dark and rich. It was a weight in his hands, a promise of work and patience. It was the exact opposite of the dark vine's instant, perfect growth. "It's a good idea," he said. He walked over to the circle of ash and placed the clay pot just outside its boundary. The simple, hopeful gesture stood in stark contrast to the perfect, dormant darkness within. It was an answer. This was how they would keep the silence at bay. Not with fighting, but with planting. One slow, growing thing at a time, the lemon tree became a symbol. No one discussed it openly, but people began to leave things near the circle of ash. A child placed a smooth, ordinary river stone. Mitchell set a horseshoe, rusty and bent from use. Sarah left a spool of strong thread. These were not offerings to the vine, but declarations against it. They were testaments to things that were useful, things that were earned, things that were real. The work continued through the autumn. The days grew shorter, the air sharper. The broken bell's call to meetings became a familiar, comforting sound, its imperfection a part of the town's new voice. Flynn watched Leo closely. The young man worked tirelessly, but a new quietness had settled over him since the appearance of the feather. He was waiting, Flynn knew, for the next test. It came on a cold, gray afternoon when a light snow began to fall. Leo was helping repair the roof of the schoolhouse when he lost his grip on a hammer. It slid down the pitched roof and fell, landing not with a thud, but with a soft, almost musical chime. When Leo climbed down to retrieve it, he found it lying next to a small, leather-bound book. The cover was blank. The book was dry and clean, untouched by the wet snow. Flynn, from across the street, saw Leo pick it up. He saw the hesitation, the flicker of curiosity. He started walking over, his pace deliberate, not rushed. Leo opened the book. The pages were empty. He flipped through them, and as he did, a single word appeared on the first page, written in a neat, elegant script. "Remember." Leo snapped the book shut, his face pale. He looked up and saw Flynn approaching. "It was just here," Leo said, holding the book out as if it were a live coal. "It's blank." "Is it?" Flynn asked, stopping a few feet away. Leo looked down at the book in his hands, but did not open it again. "It had asked me something." "They always do," Flynn said. "It's a ledger." It wouldn't he ask for a memory. It would offer to keep a record, to make sure you never forget a single detail, so you don't have to carry the weight yourself. He gestured to the busy street around them. "But that's the point of carrying it, Leo, to share it, to talk about it, not to seal it away in a book. Leo understood. The book promised perfect, painless preservation, but it would isolate the memory. It would make it a transaction, not a conversation. He walked to the fire pit that was always burning in the center of town for the workers. Without a word, he threw the book into the flames. This time, it burned like normal paper, curling into black ash. But for a second, a wisp of smoke rose that looked like a perfect, unreadable sentence hanging in the air before it dissipated. The snow continued to fall, covering the ashes of the book and dusting the dark leaves of the vine with a layer of pure white. The contrast was startling. The vine, in its unnatural perfection, looked even more wrong-crowned with something as simple and real as snow. That night, around the fire, Leo finally spoke about the feather and the book. He told the people gathered there what had happened, his voice quiet but steady. He didn't present himself as a hero who had resisted, but as a man who had been tempted. His confession sparked others. Liam admitted he still sometimes dreamed of finding the gray stone. Mrs. Pinchan confessed that she missed the pristine cleanliness of her void-made apron. The conversation was uncomfortable, full of shame and vulnerability. But as it continued, a change occurred. The shared admissions became a kind of strength. They were watching out for each other now, not just for strange vines or traveling salesmen, but for the quiet desires in their own hearts. The snow fell heavier, blanketing the town in a deep, insulating silence. But inside the warm circle of the fire, the people of Oakhaven talked late into the night. Their voices, rising and falling in the cold air, were the only sound for miles. They were writing their story together, word by difficult word, and the noise of it was a wall that no silence could breach. The winter was long and hard, but the town was prepared. They had stored food, mended walls, and most importantly, they had fortified each other. The shared vigilance against Bernard's subtle temptations became a part of daily life, as normal as chopping wood or drawing water. They learned to recognize the feeling of a story that was a little too smooth, an offer that was a little too convenient. Spring arrived not with a sudden thaw, but with a slow, stubborn greening. The lemon tree seedling, sheltered by a small windbreak, showed its first new leaves. The dark vine, however, remained unchanged, a stark, leafless sculpture in the center of the melting snowfield. It was a permanent scar, a reminder of the choice they had made. One evening in late spring, Flynn was in the jailhouse, cleaning his pistol, when Leo entered. He held a piece of paper, his expression unreadable. "A rider came from the next county," Leo said, placing the paper on the desk. "It's a notice. About a man." Flynn picked up the flyer. It was a crude woodcut printing of a face, friendly and open, with a wide smile. The text described a preacher, a man who called himself Brother Silas, who traveled from town to town. He was said to perform small miracles, mending broken tools with a touch, finding lost items with a glance. He asked for nothing but a listening ear and a shared story. The notice ended with a warning. Where he goes, a quiet follows. Communities grow still. Content, but still. Flynn looked from the paper to Leo. He learning, changing his story. He not offering to take things anymore, Leo said. He offering to fix things, to heal them. It's the same offer, Flynn replied, setting the notice down. Just a different price. The price is your struggle, your effort. He fixes the broken plow, but you lose the memory of fixing it with your neighbor. He finds the lost locket, but you forget the long search that brought the town together. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the quiet street. The quiet follows because he's taking the noise of life. What do we do? Leo asked. We live, Flynn said. We break our plows and we fix them together. We lose things and we find them together. We keep making noise. He turned back to Leo. And we send our own riders. We send our own stories down the road about a town that survived by choosing the hard path, about the weight that makes us strong. Leo nodded. A few days later, he volunteered to take a load of surplus seed to a struggling settlement to the north. He didn't just take the seeds. He took the story of Oakhaven. He would tell them about the broken bell and the dark vine. He would tell them about the feather and the book. It was a story without an easy moral, a story that was really just a warning and an invitation. Flynn watched him go, a lone figure on the north road. He felt the familiar cold knot of worry in his stomach, but it was tempered with pride. The keeping was no longer his burden alone. It was spreading, like the seeds in Leo's pack, carried on the wind to find whatever soil would have it. That night, Flynn stood by the circle of ash. The lemon tree was a foot tall now. The dark vine was unchanged. He listened to the sounds of the town settling in for the night, a child's laugh, a couple arguing softly, the sound of a fiddle tuning up. It was not a perfect piece. It was a living one. And he knew, with a certainty that felt as solid as the earth beneath his feet, that this was the only thing worth keeping. The fiddle music began in earnest, a simple, slightly off-key tune that was more heart than skill. It was the best kind of noise. Flynn turned his back on the silent vine and walked toward the sound. He did not look back. He knew the vine was still there. He knew the preacher, or someone like him, was still out there on the road, telling his easy stories. But for now, under a sky filling with stars, the town of Oakhaven was writing its own messy, beautiful story, one stubborn note at a time. The work was never over, but for this moment, it was enough. The fiddle player was Old Man Hemlock, whose fingers were gnarled, but whose rhythm was true. People began to gather, drawn by the sound. They didn't dance, not exactly, but their bodies swayed and their feet tapped in the dust. Flynn found a place on a bench near the back, content to watch. He saw Sarah take a length of that strong thread she had left by the circle and begin mending a tear in Mitchell's coat as he stood talking to Liam. He saw Mrs. Pynchon handing out cups of bitter tea, her smile a genuine, worn thing. child who had left the river stone was now sleeping in her father's arms, safe against the night. This was the real work, the endless, quiet maintenance of their lives. It was so easily overlooked, so easily traded for the promise of something perfect and permanent. The memory of the silence, of that blissful emptiness, was a ghost that would always walk beside him. But here, in the warmth of the music and the murmur of voices, the ghost felt distant. The tune came to an end, and a soft applause, more like a collective sigh, rippled through the small crowd. In the brief quiet that followed, a new sound emerged. It was a low, rhythmic scraping. Everyone turned. Leo was back. He stood by the circle of ash, but he was not looking at the vine. He had a shovel in his hands, and he was digging. The blade bit into the earth just outside the ashen border, next to the lemon tree. He worked with a steady purpose, not frantic, but determined. Flynn stood and walked over, others following behind him. No one asked what he was doing. They simply watched as Leo dug a hole deep and wide. When he was finished, he wiped his brow and looked at Flynn. "It's not enough to just remember," he said, his voice carrying in the hush. "We have to plant something in the memory." He went to his pack and brought out a sapling. It was a young oak, its roots carefully wrapped in damp cloth. "From the old grove up north," he explained. "They're still standing." A few people helped him lower the tree into the ground. They filled the hole back in, patting the earth firm around it. It was a simple act, but it felt like a ceremony. They were planting a tree whose growth would be measured in generations, a testament to time itself, the very thing the silence sought to erase. The fiddle started up again, a slower, deeper song this time. People drifted back to the fire, leaving Leo and Flynn standing by the two trees, one small and citrus bright, the other a sturdy, deep-rooted oak. Both stood in defiance of the perfect, barren vine. They listened to the story in the north, Leo said quietly. They were afraid, but they also asked for more seeds. Flynn placed a hand on the young oak's trunk. He could feel the potential life in it, a slow, patient vibration. "Good," he said. The two men stood together as the stars wheeled overhead. The fiddle music wove through the night, a fragile but persistent thread against the immense quiet of the world. It was not a victory, because the war was not that kind of war. It was a season of peace, earned